On behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
All right, I think we have a Creole interpreter waiting on the line. Is this video or video? It's on video? On the video? Oh, sorry, I did that wrong. Hold on. Okay.
Welcome to an Econo meeting. You are entering the meeting now.
This is Judge Gibson. Who do I have on the line?
Hi, this is the Creole interpreter.
Good morning. Has the interpreter been sworn?
I have not.
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Did you hear the court reporter?
I did not. I heard no one. I don't.
All right. Do you swear to interpret from English to Creole and Creole to English accurately the testimony that you received this morning in the courtroom?
I do. Isabel DeRocha, court interpreter, Creole.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, please tell me your name.
Monsieur Dim Jean Relais.
Alexandre Delphonse.
Qui Jean?
Alexandre Delphonse.
Lexane Delphonse.
Good morning, sir. You're here in 212823 CT. You have a warrant out of Seminole County.
Oui, si à monsieur nan et 212-82-3 CT ou gen un mandat pour Seminole County.
It looks like the warrant was issued for you failing to appear for arraignment on a charge of violating non-resident requirement for driver's license.
Il dit ou te gen un mandat parce que ou pas te vini dans tribunal là où te supposé aller parce que ou te gen une violation de licence.
Your bond is $495.
Ou gen un bon de $495.
We'll notify them that you're here so they can transport you to Seminole County.
N'a fait moun yo connaît que ou là, comme ça yo capable transporter ou pour aller dans Seminole County.
And I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in the meantime.
Et là bon avocat qui pour représenter ou en attendant que yo transféré ou.
Do you understand, sir?
Vous comprenez monsieur?
Oui.
Yes.
All right, good luck. Have a nice day.
Bonne chance, passez bonne journée.
Thank you. I believe that's all we have for the Creole interpreter.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You as well. Okay, so now we have Spanish. We disconnected the screen from the, I don't know how to connect it.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Teodoro Leal, Spanish interpreter. The interpreter has been previously sworn.
Good morning. If you can please connect with a headset, we're about to get him connected to the headset.
The interpreter is connected to the podium, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Alfredo Sendejas, Ángel. Sendejas con Z al principio.
Alfredo Centejas Fonseca.
Sir, you're here in 21 CF 14195, charged with aggravated stalking with a credible threat. At this time, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
No te escuché muy bien.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear quite well. Interpreter will repeat, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay.
There is probable cause. Does the state wish to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, we don't have the victim here to testify currently. However, given the nature of the charge and given that it's an FE, state would just ask that you set a reasonable bond. It looks like he has no prior criminal history, so there's no objection. You place him on PTR with bond pursuant to the statute.
All right, Ms. George, did you wish to be heard?
Um,
Sí.
Your Honor, I would just echo the fact that he has no criminal history. Um, and it appears he actually has a employment. I believe he is the manager or owner of this restaurant. So I ask that you take all of that into consideration. His family ties to the community.
All right, sir, at this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I'll reduce that amount significantly. Your bond will be $10,000. While on pretrial release, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Sí.
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment.
Your Honor, I believe the victim works for the defendant.
I was just looking at that.
Sorry.
I don't know how to fix that.
1,000 feet conditions that we just asked for
Sí.
residents at this time.
Ella es mi esposa y ella trabajaba conmigo. Mi intención no fue hostigarla ni nada, simplemente fue que se me hizo raro que no haya recogido el niño en la noche y simplemente la seguí para ver a dónde iba.
Don't talk, don't talk.
No fue
Mr.
que yo la estuviera acechando.
Can you please advise the client not to talk about the facts of the case?
Okay.
Okay.
But you still have to interpret what he said before that.
She does work for me. She is my wife, and I had no intention of stalking her.
All right, I don't know what to do with that. How's he gonna have no contact with her? Ms. George, I need you to ask your client how we're gonna affect this, because he can't have contact with her. So I don't care if they work in the same restaurant. He can't be there when she's there. Ask him about shift work, can they have another manager?
Your Honor,
Lo que pasa que yo...
Your Honor, if he is the owner, and she works for him, as long as I would just ask that they don't have the same shifts, if whoever's making the schedule.
All right, that's what I'll order. So you can't be within 1,000 feet of her residence. And you cannot work at the same time she's working. So you need to make sure that whoever does your schedules, I understand you own the restaurant, but you're going to need to change your schedules so you two are not there together. Do you understand?
Sí, yo soy el cocinero, sin mí el restaurante no funciona. Ella nomás trabaja 2 días y medio, viernes por la tarde, sábado y domingo nada más.
Well, I am the cook, and without me, the restaurant cannot run. She only works 2.5 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's it.
What does she do there?
Ella está ayudándome es server y me ayuda en todo junto con mi hijo.
Well, she helps me as a server, and she helps me with everything else together with my son.
That would be the only condition, Your Honor, is that.
He yells at her and does not pay her fairly. He does not treat her like the other employees at the restaurant. So
Right.
how do I say no contact? When what's in the affidavit is he yells at her at the restaurant. Can't do that.
Right. So again, the only condition I would ask for is that they're not allowed to be able to work at the same time, Your Honor.
Do they have another cook?
I don't know, but I don't.
Sí hay, pero no saben. Los estoy enseñando, no saben. Yo
Yes, but I'm-
podría decir, ella no puede estar junto a mí, yo podría pagarle su sueldo, como si estuviera trabajando, pagarle su sueldo. Porque viernes, sábado...
Yes, well, but the thing is that the cooks, they are barely learning. I am training them right now. What I am willing to do is to pay her her salary as if she was working, even though she wouldn't be working.
All right, I can't order her not to go back to the restaurant. I only have jurisdiction over you. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to order that you can have no contact with her, which includes at the restaurant. So that means you can't work there together. So if you can do exactly what you just said. You can pay her and not have her come in, but I can't order her not to go back to the restaurant. You understand?
Yo, o sea, sí, sí entiendo, fue una propuesta que yo hice, pues, porque
Yes,
viernes, sábado y domingo son los días muy ocupados y el restaurante dependemos de viernes, sábado y domingo, por eso es que yo estoy ahí también. Entre semana está más despacio, más tranquilo.
yes, that's basically what I propose. Since we really depend on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as the busiest days, then that's why I have to be there. Whereas weekdays are slower days.
All right. Then that will be my order. You also have to comply with any plans set in place by DCF. Were you two living in the same residence?
De hace tiempo, no, porque a mi hijo le dieron parte en un restaurante allá para Crystal River y él se la llevó para allá para que le ayudara. Ella estaba viviendo allá, yo me quedé aquí en Altamonte, pero ahora que se abrió.
No, it's been some time ago that my son took over a restaurant up there in Christian River. So he took her so that she could help her, and she's living over there, whereas I stayed here in Altamonte.
Okay. All right, then we'll stay my order. Not within 1,000 feet. All right. Good luck, sir. Stay in touch with your attorney. Go ahead. Do you have a question?
Si ella se arrima a donde yo estoy, ¿qué debo de hacer? ¿Retirarme,
what do I
llamar a la policía o qué tengo que hacer?
What do I do if she comes to me to stay with me? What do I do? Do I call the police? Do I leave? What do I do?
You need to talk to your attorney about that, but the court doesn't have jurisdiction over your wife. I only have it over you. So if you have contact with her in any way, that's a violation of my order. You can be arrested and held at no bond.
Sí, por eso es mi pregunta para, por ejemplo, si ella se acerca, yo retirarme o eso era mi pregunta.
Hence my question, yeah, whether
quiero
she
tener
gets
problemas.
closer to me, if I'm the one that has to leave, because I don't want to have any problems.
Right. So talk to your attorney about that. But yeah, I think if I were you and she showed up, I'd go out the other door. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
For alleged violations of probation in 4 cases. An attorney with the Public Defender's Office is present to enter a plea on your behalf, and then the clerk will announce your court dates.
Please tell me your name, ma'am.
Leichka Bosa Rodriguez. Leichka Bosa Rodriguez.
Rechka Bosa Rodriguez.
And let me ask, sir, do you need an interpreter?
Yes.
All right, can I please have the interpreter disconnect from the headset? I have a witness here who also needs your assistance.
Very well, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you're here in 2 cases, 21 MM 7738 and 7730. You're charged with battery domestic violence and assault domestic violence.
Señor, usted está aquí por 2 casos, el caso 21 MM 7738, el caso MM 7730. El caso es de agresión con violencia doméstica y el otro es una amenaza en un hecho de violencia intrafamiliar.
There is probable cause in both cases.
En ambos casos hay indicios de culpabilidad.
I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Yo voy a designar un abogado para que la represente.
Good morning, sir. Did you wish to testify this morning?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Usted desea presentar su testimonio en esta mañana?
Sí,
Yes.
Please raise your right hand.
Levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Voy a decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad con ayuda de Dios.
sí.
Yes.
Ms. May, do you have some questions for him? You can put your hand down.
Please state your name for the record.
Diga su nombre y apellido para que conste en las actas.
Giovanni Álvarez Ruiz.
Giovanni
Álvarez Ruiz.
Álvarez Ruiz.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Alvarez Ruiz. Can you please state your relationship to Ms. Rodriguez Bosa?
Buenos días, señor Álvarez Ruiz. ¿Puede decir qué parentesco o relación tiene usted con la señora Bosa?
Sí, ella es mi compañera. So, vivimos hace 8 años, estamos juntos, tenemos 3 hijos.
She is my partner. We've been living together for 8 years and we have 3 children.
Are you afraid of her?
¿Usted le tiene temor a ella?
No,
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
¿Algo así parecido a esto ha pasado en el pasado antes?
no, primera vez.
No, first time.
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Y si algo así o peor sucediese en el futuro, ¿usted estaría dispuesto a llamar el 911?
No, porque ella no es persona de eso, so, esto fue un accidente solamente.
No, because she's not that kind of person. This was just an accident only.
So if you ever felt threatened or if your child ever felt threatened, you would not feel comfortable calling 911?
I'm sorry, counsel. The interpreter couldn't make out.
If you ever felt threatened or your child ever felt threatened, you would not feel comfortable calling 911?
Entonces, si usted se sintiese amenazado o la integridad de sus hijos, ¿usted no llamaría, aún sintiéndose amenazado usted y sus hijos, no llamaría entonces al 911?
No, porque no considero que ella sea una amenaza para mis hijos, para mí.
No, because I don't consider her to be a threat to myself or to my children.
Okay. Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
¿Usted cree que en este incidente estuvo de por medio el uso de drogas o alcohol?
No,
No.
And do you want to have contact with her while this case is pending?
Y mientras este caso está en curso, ¿usted desea mantener contacto con ella?
sí, no hay ningún tipo de problema.
Yes, that would be no problem at all.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No hay más preguntas, su señoría.
Thank you. Any from the defense?
No questions.
¿Defensa? No hay preguntas, su señoría.
All right, sir, is there anything else you want to tell the court this morning?
Señor, ¿algo más que usted desea presentar ante el tribunal en esta mañana?
Sí, quiero testificar de que este suceso que pasó pues, fue una discusión entre los dos. Tenemos parte que fue entre los dos, no es culpa de ella nada más, yo también tengo culpa en esta situación. So, no, ella no debería estar aquí porque esto fue solamente pues, un suceso que no era para llegar aquí. So, no tengo ningún cargo hacia ella, no tengo nada en contra de ella. Lo que quiero es que ella esté a mi lado y resolver todo de la mejor manera.
Yes, what I want to give testimony about is that this incident was just an accident. We were having an argument. We are both parties in that argument, so it's not all her fault at all. I'm also guilty as well of creating this type of situation. She should not be here, and I like her. I will have no problem if she is with me again. I do not want to present any type of charges against her. I don't want any more problems with her. I just want her to come back to me so we can resolve these issues in the best possible manner.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Does the state have any opinion as to contact at this stage?
Fiscalía, ¿tiene usted alguna opinión en cuanto al contacto en esta etapa?
Your Honor, given the victim's testimony, however, given that he said that he would not call 911 if felt threatened, state's asking for no contact at this time. Also, given that a 5-year-old child was involved.
Su señoría, escuchando ya el testimonio de la víctima, yo quiero que se tome en cuenta que él dijo que no estaba dispuesto a llamar al 911 si había alguna amenaza en el futuro. Entonces, por eso pienso que mejor que haya una prohibición de contacto, que haya una orden de no contacto.
All right, Ms. George, any argument from the defense?
Argumento de la defensa.
Your Honor, the only argument I have is based on the victim's testimony that he wants contact. and that this has not happened before. I would ask for a no hostile contact order and to comply with any plan set in place by DCF.
Su señoría, yo quiero que se tome en cuenta el testimonio de la víctima, que él desea mantener contacto. También que tome en cuenta que no ha ocurrido este tipo de circunstancias en el pasado. Así que más bien lo que pido es que haya contacto, pero sin hostilidades y que se cumpla con la normativa del Departamento de Niños y Familias.
All right, ma'am, at this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond.
Bueno, señora, lo que voy a hacer es que le voy a otorgar libertad provisional y le voy a imponer que pague una fianza pecuniaria.
Your bond will be $250 on count 1, $250 on count 2.
Así que en el cargo número 1 la fianza son $250, en el cargo número 2 la fianza son $250.
And while on pretrial release, you must comply with any plan set in place by DCF.
Y mientras está bajo libertad provisional, tiene que cumplir con la normativa de prevención impuesta por el Departamento de Niños y Familias.
I'm going to allow you to have peaceful contact with your husband
Le voy a permitir que tenga contacto pacífico con su esposo,
based on the testimony in court here today.
basado en el testimonio que se ha escuchado aquí en el tribunal el día de hoy.
However, I need to make sure you understand peaceful contact means no hostile contact. Don't even raise your voice.
Así que lo que sí quiero que entienda, sin embargo, es que cuando se habla de contacto pacífico, tiene que ser una interacción sin hostilidad, ni siquiera levante la voz.
No hitting, no shoving, no throwing things. Do you understand?
Nada de empujones, ni empellones, ni estar arrojando cosas. ¿Entiende lo que le estoy diciendo? Correct.
You can have no unsupervised contact with any minor child under the age of 18.
No puede tener contacto sin supervisión con ningún menor de 18 años.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Thank you for coming, sir. Good luck.
Buena suerte, señora, y gracias por venir a usted, señor. Buena suerte. Thank you.
Do we have one more? You're welcome. Have a nice day. Do we have one more Spanish? Or no, is that it for Spanish interpreter cases? That's all? All right. Oh, actually, yeah. Can you ask if anyone, can the interpreter ask if anyone in the witness area needs the interpreter's assistance?
¿Alguna de las personas que están en el área para testigos necesitan intérprete de español? Levante la mano.
Okay, we have a hand that went up. What case is she here on? Okay. Does this case need Spanish? No. All right, we have one more case that needs your assistance. So we're going to need to do that case next. Okay. Who is it?
Ordonez Ivan Sebastian,
Spell the last name.
Ordonez.
All right. All right, sir, you look at me during the time that you're in the courtroom. Do you understand?
Yes.
Please tell me your name.
Ivan Sebastian Ordonez.
All right. You're here in 21 MM 7718, charged with battery domestic violence.
Yes.
I'd like the interpreter to please interpret.
Señor, usted está aquí por un cargo de agresión de violencia doméstica.
There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Hay indicio de culpa, voy a asignar a un abogado para que lo represente.
Ma'am, do you wish to testify this morning?
Señor, ¿usted desea dar testimonio esta mañana?
Sí.
Yes.
Sir, I need you to look at me or that wall. You don't look at the witness.
Okay, sir.
Señor, no mira al testigo, me mira a mí o a la pared. No mira al testigo, a la testigo.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am.
Señora, levante la mano derecha.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Voy a decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad con la ayuda de Dios.
Sí.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Diga su nombre para que conste en las actas.
Olga Lucía Posada.
Olga Lucía Posada.
All right, go ahead, Miss May.
O sea, señora May.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Ordonez?
Buenos días, señora. ¿Puede decir qué parentesco o relación tiene usted con el señor Ordóñez?
Es mi esposo.
He's my husband.
Are you afraid of him?
¿Usted le tiene temor a él?
No.
No.
Has anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future? Or in the past, I'm sorry.
Okay. ¿Algo así o peor ha sucedido en el pasado, anteriormente?
No, nunca.
No, never.
Are you willing to call 911 if anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future?
Si algo similar o peor ocurriera en el futuro, ¿usted llamaría al 911?
Si fuera necesario, pero no creo que sea necesario. Eso no
If
está
need be,
sucediendo.
but I don't think it would be necessary.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
¿Usted cree que en este incidente estuvo de por medio el uso o el consumo de drogas o de alcohol?
No, nunca.
No, never.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
Y mientras este caso está en curso, ¿usted desea mantener contacto con él?
Sí.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Eso es todo, su señoría.
Anything from the defense?
No questions, Your
Defensa.
Honor. Oh, sorry.
No tengo preguntas, su señoría.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora.
At this time, Mr. Ordonez, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond.
En este caso, señor Ordóñez, lo que voy a hacer es que le voy a otorgar la libertad provisional y pedirle y se le va a imponer una fianza.
That bond will be $250.
La fianza serán $250.
With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Pero condición especial que no tenga contacto con la víctima. ¿Entiende lo que significa prohibición de contacto?
Yes, I have one question.
You can ask anything you want. I want to make sure you understand everything you say is being recorded and can be used against you later.
Pues, si hace le voy a permitir que diga cualquier cosa, pero quiero que entienda que cualquier cosa que usted diga se está grabando y se puede utilizar en su contra más adelante.
Okay. He's ready, Your Honor.
All right, did he have a question or no?
It was just the one-time return with law
Okay.
enforcement.
I'll allow that. All right. I'm going to order you must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
Bueno, entonces lo que voy a imponer es que los dos tengan sus residencias por separados. Le voy a permitir que vuelva a la residencia una sola vez en compañía de la fuerza pública para que recoja sus pertenencias.
You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm or ammunition.
No puede tener en su poder ningún tipo de arma, ni arma de fuego, ni tampoco municiones.
You can't have contact with any witness in this case either.
Y tampoco puede tener contacto con ningún testigo en este caso.
All right, good luck, sir. Thank you for coming, ma'am. Good luck.
Buena suerte, señor. Gracias por venir, señora, y buena suerte.
All right, so I think that's all we have for you at this time. Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
That's it.
Please tell me your name.
Luis Rodriguez.
All right, sir, you're here in 21 MM 7710, charged with battery, domestic violence. What was the reset for, counselor?
Your Honor, this was reset due to the dates. I did obtain an additional supplement average.
Yes, please.
I have already provided it to the defense as well. Originally said October 31st, that it was initiated, however, it was initiated and they're late hours of October 30th.
I see.
It was just that date discrepancy, Your Honor.
All right. All right, thank you. Ms. George, did you wish to be heard on that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, there is probable cause here. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good morning. Did you wish to testify this morning?
Yes.
All right, raise your right hand, please. Sir, you look at me.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Samantha Torres Rodriguez.
I'm going to let the state ask you some questions, if they have any.
Good morning, ma'am. Were you also here yesterday for court?
Yes.
And at that hearing, did you testify?
Yes.
And would you like to have contact with Mr. Rodriguez while this case is pending?
Yes.
And are you afraid of him?
No.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Does the state object to pretrial release?
No, Your Honor, given that they've been together, I believe, for 23 years and married for approximately 11. And he has very limited criminal history, so he has no objection to PTR, just with bond.
All right, sir, at this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I'll reduce that amount to $250. With special conditions, at this time, you can have no contact with the victim or the witnesses in this case. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you cannot coordinate that with the victim or either of the witnesses. Do you understand? Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Good luck. Please tell me your name.
Matthew.
Matthew. Thank you. 21 CF 14183, you're here charged with battery, domestic violence by strangulation, and petty theft. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Good morning, ma'am. Did you wish to testify today?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Desiree Justice.
I'm going to let the prosecutor ask you some questions.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Gleason?
Yeah, he's my boyfriend.
Are you afraid of him?
No.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
Never, ever.
If anything like this ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
Yes, alcohol was involved.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is pending?
I don't want contact.
All right, thank you, ma'am. That's all I have, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
No.
All right, anything, oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Was there anything else you wanted to tell the court?
I didn't call the cops, so I didn't press charges, and I don't want to press charges. I think that alcohol just got things out of control, and I don't want him to receive punishment for this. And I just think he needs help not drinking, that's all. I think it was just that. So anyways.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So what's happening now is he's being prosecuted by the state of Florida for committing a crime against the state of Florida.
Yes.
So it's up to them whether they're going to press charges. It's not up to the victims. I know we hear that a lot, but that's not really how it works.
Okay, I don't really know.
I know, most people don't understand that. That's why I'm telling you.
Okay.
You can contact the state attorney's office and tell them what you want, but it'll be up to them whether they're going to file this as a
Okay.
criminal charge.
Okay, and I talked to the state by just going to the courthouse.
She's going to give you a card with a contact number so you can contact them.
Okay, and then is there any way to get any proof that I was here? Because I'm a teacher, and I took off and they asked for some proof that I was here.
I think so.
Is there any way we can have court minutes? I don't know if we'd be able to get them quickly if she just sits in the gallery until they're
Yeah,
available.
we can make a copy of that because it says on the minutes that she was here and testified.
If we
So-
can have court minutes, so whenever court's done, if you'll just take a seat, Whenever the court minutes are ready, I'll pass them through to you, and they'll say that there was a court case today and that the victim testified.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming. All right, sir. At this time,
Your Honor, I would ask for pretrial release. Given he has no convictions, I know he had an arrest when he was a juvenile for battery DV, but given the testimony here today, I would ask for a pretrial release and a small monetary bond.
any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor, I believe the BAT DV from the juvenile arrest was from 2012. And juvenile diversion was completed. That's why there's been no conviction. The state has no objection to PTR, given the victim's testimony.
All right, so at this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I'll reduce that amount significantly. Your bond on this charge will be $1,000 on count 1 and straight pretrial release on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages. You'll be subject to random alcohol screens while on pretrial release. Were you two living in the same residence?
Sort of, kind of.
All right, so the reason I'm asking that is, do you need a return to her residence one time to gather belongings?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then I'm going to order that you must maintain a separate residence and that you cannot return to her residence for any reason. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir.
Madam Clerk, if you'll just let me know when they're available.
Ma'am, please tell me your name.
Glorimar?
I need your full name.
Glorimar Ruiz Bermudez.
All right, did you guys see that there are 2 cases?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. George and I did speak about this case already. Obviously, you still need to find PC for the AGBAT, which is the one that has the affidavit attached to it. However, state and defense both agree that we don't believe it's an AGBAT. There's no great bodily harm or a weapon used. So state was going to ask that you find BAT DV, a lesser included of that AGBAT, and then ROR as to the case where the BAT DV was charged. Does that make sense?
Okay. No, I'm confused. There's 2 cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
And there are different names. One is Gloria, one is Glorimar. It's 21 CF 14189 and 21 MM 7729.
Yes.
Her name is different. And in the, hold on, let me pull this up.
Oh, I didn't catch it.
Oh, that's about. In the 21 CF 14189, it says the defendant's name is Gloria, and throughout the affidavit, it says Glorimar. Is that a typo? Is it the same name? Is it 2 different names? Is it 2 different people?
That's a mistake. I told them it's a mistake, and they told me not to worry about it, that the only thing that is important is my image. Do not talk my name multiple times.
Which one is correct? Is it Gloria or Glorimar?
Gloria
Glorimar?
is the correct one?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Glorimar is the correct one. She stated she told them that wasn't her name, and they told her not to worry about it, as long as the inmate number is correct.
So I don't think that's really right, because it says Gloria did this crime, but it also says Glorimar did this crime. So is that a typo?
Your Honor, at this point, state would contend that it is. We can always, when we file the information, update that information. I don't believe it's otherwise being contested that it was her present at the scene. And we do have a victim here today. And the defendant does seem aware that there was some kind of discrepancy. So given that we're not filing an information at this time, the information would need to be correct as to her name. I believe it's just a typo on the officer's behalf.
All right. And the aggravated battery is to wit a bucket?
A plastic bucket, Your Honor. State and defense have already talked about it. We don't believe there is PC for an ag bat at this time due to the alleged weapon being used being a plastic bucket. So state was going to ask that you find PC for bat DV, which is a lesser included of that ag bat, and ROR as to the misdemeanor bat DV case. Given that there's no affidavit on that case whatsoever, I believe that would solve the 2 affidavit issue, at least at this point.
All right, Ms. George.
Your Honor, I agree with everything the state just said.
All right. Let me ask, sir, did you wish to testify here today? Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Please state your name for the record.
Jeremy Ayala.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, sir. What is your relationship to Ms. Ruiz Bermudez?
We've been together for 8 years, on and off.
Okay. Are you afraid of her?
No,
Has anything like this ever happened before?
it has, but I do believe that I put myself in that situation. And we both, like, it was my fault as well of what took place.
So there have been physical disagreements between the 2 of you in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how long ago would you say the last one was?
The last one, I'll say, something about about 4 years ago, and she just found out she was pregnant. So I'd like you to take that into consideration.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
No.
And do you want to have contact with her while this case is pending?
Yes, we have 3 children, and like as far as the resources that we have for help, I mean, we kind of like all that we have.
Understood. Thank you. Do you have anything else you want to tell the court?
Yeah. Although it has, this took place in the past. All I ask is that whatever you guys do decide to do, that you do take into consideration that within the last 7 years, she lost both her parents, and it was great, So I just want help and see if we can, if for her, and that type of stuff.
All right, sir, I appreciate that. Thank you for coming today. Here's what I'm going to do. Pursuant to the discussions between the parties, and I reviewed the affidavits and I agree with this, in 21 CF 14189, the court finds there is probable cause for misdemeanor battery domestic violence. So it's 784. Do you need the statute? 784.03-10. I don't know if that's right, but. All right, there is probable cause there. Based on the testimony here today, ma'am, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond of $100. With special conditions, I will allow you to have peaceful contact with the victim, but you understand peaceful contact means no hostile contact at all. No shoving, no yelling, no throwing buckets, don't even raise your voice. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. If DCF is involved, you'll have to comply with any plan set in place by DCF. In 21 MM 7729, I'll release you on your own recognizance. Ma'am, you have my sympathy. I've also lost a parent. I know how difficult that is. I don't have jurisdiction to give you any sort of treatment, but I'll encourage you to talk to your attorney about what options there are, what resources there are, because it sounds like you have a lot to live for, and it sounds like you have pretty incredible support and some great kids, so you want to get the help that you can get, because if this keeps happening, your life is going to be on the wrong track. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Did you want to say something else?
Again, you know, like she's also has a job that she just started. So if anything can be done for that, you know, she's a great person.
I put her on pretrial release, and her bond is only $100, so she can get out today.
Okay, cool.
So hopefully this won't interfere with that, but I don't have the jurisdiction to order her into any kind of treatment. So she's gonna have to talk to her attorney about what resources are available, and you guys are gonna have to work that out, but that's the best I can do.
Thank you.
You got it. All right, good luck, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Please tell me your name. Ma'am, what's your name?
Oh, sorry, Tracy Bonds.
21 7719. You're here charged with battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck, ma'am.
He'll tell you.
Your Honor, there was a child present who was a witness. I believe the age was 14.
Your Honor, and one other concern is that she is going back to the UK. She's from the UK.
Why is that a concern?
I just wanted to bring it to the court's attention. She wanted to make sure she wouldn't get in trouble.
So I'm not going to stop you from going home, but you have to appear for your court dates. So if you don't appear for your court dates here in Florida, a judge will likely issue a warrant for your arrest with no bond. So eventually, if you ever come back, you'll be held at no bond. All right. Good luck. Please tell me your name.
Kayvon Buckland.
21 525. You're here charged with battery dating violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. He's not on probation for this grand theft from earlier this year?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Your bond is $1,000. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name. 21 7735. You're here charged with assault domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. He has 2 open cases, but no holds for those?
No, those are like, they came in as notices to appear.
Okay.
Type cases.
All right, at this time, sir, your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you can't coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand? Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Warren Cooper.
21MM7734. Sir, you're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $1,000 with special conditions. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Ma'am.
All right, you can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you can't coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name. 21MM7717. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Hold on one moment.
Your Honor, he does have a bat DV. Recently, the arrest was 9/6/21 against the same victim, Miss Michelle. That case was no bail due to the victim being unwilling to prosecute. He also has a bat DV in tampering from, the arrest was 10/10/21. Victim also being Miss Michelle. It was no bail due to the victim being unwilling to prosecute on 10/20. So at least two prior incidences, one in September and one in October, involving the same victim.
Is there an active injunction? For a different victim?
One second. Not that I see within Orange, Your Honor.
All right, just looking at his extensive history, lots of violence. And I see one prior failure to appear. I see many violations of probation, violating conditions of pretrial release. This all concerns the court. Here's what I'm going to do. Mr. Finland, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. Your bond will be $1,000. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't call her, you can't text her, you can't see her, you can't send messages through friends or family, you can't contact her on social media. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you can't coordinate that with the victim, you understand? You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. You'll be subject to random drug screens while you're on pretrial release. After that one-time return, you're not allowed to be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. I have one question on my uncle. I've lived in Fort Lauderdale most of the time, and I come back, I leave, and I get in situations. So if I can bond out on this, that's exactly where I'm going, to my uncle's in Fort Lauderdale. So how would I go about that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, the pretrial release, what does that mean?
So you'll have to report to a pretrial release officer. I'm not going to tell you you can't go to Fort Lauderdale. What I'm going to tell you is you'll have court dates here in Orange County. If you don't keep those court dates, a judge can issue a warrant for your arrest and hold you at no bond. So you want to talk to your attorney about that.
So I have to come back to see pretrial. So when I get out, where do I go to see pretrial?
They will give you everything that you need. They're gonna give you where to check in, when to check in, everything is given to you.
All right, good luck, sir. Thank you, Rebecca. Please tell me your name.
Nicole Glover.
You're here in 21 MM 7736, charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Does either party wish to be heard on anything in this case?
Your Honor, there's multiple witnesses and victims and an allegation of alcohol use. So given that, state would ask for just a reasonable bond. I don't believe she qualifies for pretrial release. However, given that there are multiple parties, there are multiple stories on what occurred. And given that fact alone, state would ask that you just set a reasonable bond given the facts alleged.
And she does have community ties, Your Honor. She's been here for over a year. So I ask that you take that into consideration.
She also has a really extensive history that includes a lot of violence. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Ma'am, your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or domestic, or a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Sorry, I was reading while I was talking. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. You must comply with any plans set in place by DCF. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverage, and you'll be subject to random alcohol screens. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck. Please tell me your name.
It's Kelsey Harris.
21 MM 7714. You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. This is interesting because it says that he wasn't in the military, but it also says that he has an out-of-state arrest for violating UCMJ Article 117. That's the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So then it says he's a Navy veteran. That's confusing. All right, sir. At this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. Your bond is $250. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am, 100%.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll allow one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you can't coordinate that with the victim. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, but me and the victim don't live together. She put on the paper that we do. I don't know why, but I live with my parents.
All right, so you don't need to go back to her residence?
Yeah, I spend the night sometimes, but I don't.
You have anything there?
Yeah, no clothes, shoes, nothing.
Okay, so I'll just say, don't return to her residence for any reason. All right. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir.
Maintain. Your Honor, state would ask for no contact with the witness as well.
With who?
The witness, Ms. Burgess.
All right, sir, I'm also going to order that you can have no contact with the witness in this case. All right, good luck. Yeah, strike the maintain and the one-time return. He doesn't need to.
It's my name.
Please tell me your name. 21 You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Ms. George, did you wish to be heard?
Just on his out on bond. Your Honor, he has been deemed incompetent to proceed by the court April 22nd of 2021. So I'd ask that you take no action on the out on bond.
All right, what says the state?
1 second, Your Honor.
There's a court order, Ms. George?
Yeah, per court on April 22nd, 2021.
All right, in the instant case, sir, your bond is $500. You can have no contact with the victim. Do you understand what no contact means? You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. At this time, I'll take no action on his out on bond case. Unless you find something different, Ms. May.
No, Your Honor, the court did find him incompetent to proceed back in April, and it's currently in a 12-month competency hearing status, and a new judge, or a new doctor was just appointed.
All right, thank you. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Jennifer Nieves.
21 You're here charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Sir, did you wish to testify this morning?
Yes,
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Joshua Ruiz.
All right, do you have questions for him, Ms. May?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ruiz. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Nieves, or Ms. Nieves?
He's my fiance.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
Never.
If anything like this or anything more severe ever occurred in the future, would you feel comfortable calling 911?
Yes.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this incident?
Yes.
Or which of the two?
Alcohol.
And do you want to have contact with her while this case is pending?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else you would like to tell the court?
I would like to tell the court that I think this was just, like, all a mistake. You know, I didn't call the cops on her, nor did I intend to call the cops on her. She's a great person, you know. She doesn't use drugs or alcohol. You know, she just made a mistake this time. You know, that's all.
All right, thank you. Anything, Ms. George?
No questions, Your Honor. But given the testimony, I would ask for no hostile contact order.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Nieves, at this time, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I'll reduce that to $100. With special conditions, you can have only peaceful contact with the victim. Do you understand what no hostile contact means? Yes. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages, and you'll be subject to random alcohol screens. Good luck, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Good luck. Please tell me your name. Ma'am, what's your name?
Jasmine Pollock.
You're here in 21 7727, charged with battery, domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Your Honor, she qualified.
All right. Does either side wish to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, given that she does not have any prior history, I would ask for pretrial release, small monetary bond in this case.
Say there's no objection, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. However, I'll reduce that amount significantly to $100. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim or any witness in the case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
David Sims.
21MM7733. Sir, you're here charged with battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Does either side wish to be heard on bond?
Your Honor, if you're otherwise inclined to put him on pretrial release, so we just have you take into account that he does have three prior failures to appear. I understand that they do seem from a decent time ago, and he does have prior VOPs, just showing an inability to comply with court orders. I'm assuming those are also older due to them being juvenile offenses. However, he does have both of those priors.
All right, Ms. George, anything from the defense?
Your Honor, I would ask for a pretrial release and a low bond. It appears his last failure to appear was in 1999. His last conviction, I show, looks like he was released in 2018. So I just ask that you take all of that into consideration. He's been here for over a year and currently employed full-time.
I did see that failure to appear in 1999. All right, so I'm going to place you on pretrial release and require that you post a monetary bond. I'll reduce that amount to $250 with special conditions. At this time, you can have no contact with the victim in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Can you explain it to me?
Yes, you can't see the victim, you can't speak to her, you can't send a text message, you can't call her on the phone, you can't send a message through friends or family, and you can't contact her on social media. No contact,
Yes, ma'am.
all right?
What if she tried to contact me? Do I let you guys know or something?
I can't give you legal advice, but the court doesn't have jurisdiction to order her not to do anything. I only have jurisdiction over you. So ask your attorney how they advise you handle that, but you're the one who has everything at stake right now.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna give you a moment, Ms. George.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. I'll order you must maintain a separate residence and allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings. Good luck, sir.
I have my own place, so we don't.
You don't need to
stay
go
together.
back there?
No, we don't stay together. I have my own place.
Okay, then I'll strike that and just say don't return to the victim's residence for any reason.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir.
I got a question. My car is parked in her apartment complex. So would I have to have an escort to go get my car? I can
No.
just get my car and leave?
I mean, how close is it to her apartment?
It's not really close to it, but it's in the area of where she lives. It's not really close to her place.
Then I don't think you need an escort, but you just need to make sure you don't have any contact with her while you're there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck. Thank you, sir. Please tell me your name.
Ernest Lee Thompson, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. 21MM7732. You're here charged with battery domestic violence. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Good morning, ma'am. Did you wish to testify?
Yes.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
Alexis Janae McLeod.
All right, I'm going to ask if the prosecutor has some questions for you.
Good morning, Mr. McLeod. Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Thompson?
May I know who I'm speaking to? Okay. May you ask that one more time?
Can you please state your relationship to Mr. Thompson?
That's my spouse.
Are you afraid of him?
No, ma'am.
Has anything like this ever happened before?
With him, no, but with me, yes. With me putting my hands on him.
Do you believe drugs or alcohol were involved in this
No,
incident?
ma'am. We just left my dad's house.
And do you want to have contact with him while this case is
We
pending?
live together.
Is that a yes?
Yes, we're under eviction.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
All right.
Given the testimony, I would ask for no hostile contact order, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
May I proceed?
I'm sorry?
May I proceed?
Oh, is there something else you want to tell the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
With the incident that had transpired yesterday evening, there was a verbal fight with me and Ernest Lee Thompson that resulted to me trying to flee out the car in the parking lot. The vehicle was moving. When me and Ernest get into verbal fights, I sometimes get physical with him, but not to the point where police has to get involved. Nothing too serious. I mean, I've been arrested in the past for black in his eye. Not that that's anything to be proud of, but me and Ernest has been together since I was 19. I'm now 26. I'll be 27 next month. Me and Ernest get into a lot of situations, but when I had called the police that day, I tried to hang up. I tried to end that police call. I'm sorry, my anxiety's going up. I take medication, by the way. When I had called the police, and I have memory loss from childhood abuse, when I called the police, they tried to get back in contact with me. And my phone went dead. I went to my dad's house to try to get my mail. We came back from my dad's house in Pine Hills to go towards the convention center. We passed our house, and the minute we got towards the Walmart, there were helicopters. There was about 50 police officers with their guns drawn at us, and I didn't understand why. I know it was because of they said it was because of a kidnapping. Then it became into a battery. But like I told them, he tried to pull me back into the vehicle. You know, I've had a history in the past of hurting myself before I got with him. He knows my past. I've aged out of foster care. I met him when he was 48. I was 19. He just got a job welding on Central Florida Parkway. It's about 10 minutes from the house on Westwood. His boss called me this morning. I told him where he was. I told him what transpired. But for that amount of police officers and they know us, and near the convention center area, they know us. They know I call all the time. Ernest would never put his hands on me. Ernest hasn't been in trouble in over 10, 13 years. Okay, when the police is called, it's because of me. I know we have a lot to work on. He's a lot older. He's a lot more patient. He's a lot more laid back, and I feel that's what happens. Sometimes I get too angry because he's too laid back. He's too quiet. At times I feel like he don't care, but he does provide for his daughter. I am not working. He is a welder, you know, and we're under eviction. We've been under eviction for about 2 weeks. And when I went to jail last time, you know, we were staying at the homeless shelter. So my daughter's now in kindergarten, and she's 5. We've been going through it, but with that transpired, I feel like they took it out of context. They took it too extreme. You know,
All right, ma'am, let me tell you why.
Someone's seen it.
What I'm doing is I'm reading the affidavit that's here. And according to the affidavit, there are independent eyewitnesses who don't know either of you, who told law enforcement that they observed him hitting you in the face, punching you, holding you against your will, pulling you into the vehicle when you were trying to get out.
Right.
So I understand what you're saying here today, but I have to look at what's in the affidavit. And the fact that people who don't know either of you are saying that something very different than what you're telling me happened, I have to base my decision based on that.
May I comment on that?
Hold on, ma'am. No, I need you to listen to me first. The reason we're here today is for probable cause, which there is, and to establish what his bond conditions are. That's it. That's all we're doing here today. So I am not holding him at no bond. He's entitled to bond. He will have a bond here today. Yes, ma'am.
I understand the witnesses or whatnot, and like I said, I've had medical conditions, and he thought I was gonna hurt myself. And he tried to help me, so he didn't, and I understand if somebody looking out in, I understand that. He tried to pour me back in, I hit him, I didn't want him to touch me, you know? Then he got control of me until the door closed, so I understand.
I think that it sounds like he might have some defenses to this, that his attorney can raise at a later time. But for now, here's what I'm going to do, Ms. George. I'm going to place Mr. Thompson on pretrial release and require that he post a monetary bond pursuant to the statute. Sir, your bond will be $250.
Thank you.
However, I am going to order that you can have no contact with the victim at this time. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You must maintain a separate residence, and I'll allow a one-time return with law enforcement to gather your belongings, but you can't coordinate that with her. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You also can't have contact with any witness in this case. And I'm going to ask, Ms. George, you're going to give him your phone number. Can you also give it to her so that she can also contact his attorney? It sounds like they have a lot going on, and she may want to talk to someone.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you for coming, ma'am. Good luck.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I don't want to be overwhelming with
No, go
the
ahead.
situation, but the eviction process is under his name. When I was gonna go to my mom's house after we went back near Westwood, but that happened. It's in his name. I don't mind leaving, going to my dad's property.
You can. I didn't order that he can't go back there. I ordered that you have to maintain a separate residence.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to go somewhere else, you can. I just can't order you to do that. The court doesn't have jurisdiction over you. I only have it over him.
Yes, ma'am.
But if you're willing to go somewhere else, he can go back to that place.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
just
new
can't
at
be
this. I
together.
had one more quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
With collateral, with $250, do I have to come with the whole $250? Because last time someone took my $1,000 when it's supposed to just be $100.
I can't give you advice about that. It's between you and a bondsman.
Oh,
But she's going to give you a number. Call that number
thank you.
and talk to them.
Thank
All right, good
yes,
luck.
ma'am. See you later.
Good luck, sir. Don't talk to her, okay?
Oh,
Because I ordered no contact.
oh.
I don't want you to get in trouble for violating my order.
What about when the baby have to go to school?
I'm sorry?
What about when the baby have to go to school?
What about it?
I take the baby to school.
Ms. George? Thoughts?
Your Honor, he said he doesn't have any family, but maybe her mother, he could get the child from her mother to take to school.
Okay. So just coordinate that through her mom. As long as you're only talking about the child, that does not violate my order. So I'm going to put in there, can you put in there, no contact, except to exchange child. All right, so if you have contact with her mother to pick up the child, that won't violate my order. All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
Ariel Tucker.
21 MM 7739. You're here charged with violating a condition of pretrial release. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Your Honor, just for the court's knowledge, the case where the no contact was in place, the 21 MM 7452, the date of incident on that was 10/21/21, so approximately a week ago.
10 days ago?
Yes.
All right. Do you know which judge put that in place?
Oh, 1 second, I can pull the court minutes.
It was Judge Bain.
Judge Bain.
Thank you. They waived her appearance? But they can do that. They still have to have her sign the no contact. All right, ma'am. Your bond on this charge is $2,500. With special conditions, you can have no contact with the victim in this case. Do you understand what no contact means? Yes. You must comply with the original orders. You can't be within 1,000 feet of the victim's residence or place of employment. You can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. And at this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 MM 7452. Good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name. 20 CF 3091. Looks like you have a warrant out of Lake County for petty theft. There's no bond authorized on that warrant. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you, and we'll notify them that you're here so they can transport you. Yes, ma'am. Good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
That's the May McCaskill.
21 CF 5556. Looks like you have a warrant out of Polk County for grand theft. The bond authorized is none at this time. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you, and we'll notify Polk County that you're here so they can transport you. Yes, ma'am. Good luck. Please tell me your name.
Alvin Stevens.
Looks like you have 2 warrants out of Hendry County. Hold on one moment. (21-1193) is a failure to appear on a charge of petty theft. The bond authorized is $503. We'll notify them that you're here, but I'll also appoint an attorney for you in the meantime.
I'm sorry,
And
on 1193, that one's 520.
hold on one second. Let me pull that back up again. What did I say?
503.
1193. Oh, no, you're right. It's 520. And then 1194 is a failure to appear on a traffic offense, and that bond is $503. So, thank you. Sorry. Well, I'll appoint an attorney in both cases, and we'll notify them that you're here, but you have bond. So if you're able to post it, you can bond out. Yes, sir. Good luck.
Donna Thomas, release, Your Honor.
Okay. I get it to do it now. I'm not going to do it anymore if it doesn't do it. Please tell me your name.
Christopher Young.
Looks like you have you have a warrant with 3 charges. 21 CF 305478. It's organized scheme to defraud, grand theft, and fraudulent use of personal identification information. This is out of Volusia County. We'll notify them that you're here so they can transport you, and I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in the meantime. Let me see if I can find your bonds. No, I have to click through like 25 people to get to him. So it just takes, yeah, I'm still not to his case yet. All right, so hold on, you have, I guess the total bond is $7,500?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Good luck, sir. the way it appears in the queue, you can't see who it is, and you just have to keep clicking. So that takes forever.
Jordan just needs 7. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Please tell me your name.
Harrison Hill.
21MM7231. You're here charged with petty theft. Ms. George, your office represents him.
Yes, Your Honor. The offer from the state was in adjudication of guilt, credit time served, and no return to the dollhouse. Cost of investigation of $54.02 to Orlando Police Department, and restitution in the amount of $35. I did speak to Mr. St. Till. We went over all the rights we'd be giving up. He understands those rights and would like to accept the state's offer here today.
All right, please raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you had the opportunity, you can put your hand down, to discuss with an attorney the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today. Do you understand those rights? Do you have any questions for me about them? All right, did you have an opportunity to review that plea form? It further explains those rights to you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you have any questions about that?
Yes, ma'am.
What questions? Okay, it's okay. Just make it, you don't have any questions then.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that probation.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at this time, having spoken with your attorney about all of the rights you're giving up, how do you wish to plead to the charge of petty theft?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 21 days you've been in custody. I have to order that you pay court costs, the cost of investigation, and restitution.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea how long it'll take you to pay all of that?
No, ma'am.
It's close to $500.
A year.
All right, I'll give you a year to pay it. You're not allowed to return to the dollhouse for any reason, and you can't have contact with any witness in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I will be following that up with a restitution order shortly.
Thank you.
No, that's your call. You pay it to the clerk of court.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Oh, my gosh.
Please tell me your name.
Williams Anthony.
21MM6993. You're here charged with trespass and occupied structure and petty theft. Ms. George, your office represents him.
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke to Mr. Williams. The state's offering an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to the Wawa. I don't have the address.
It's 4100 East Colonial.
Cost of investigation in the amount of $131 to Orlando Police Department, and restitution in the amount of $2.09. We went over all the rights Mr. Williams would be giving up. He understands those rights, and he would like to accept the state's offer here today. We also talked about the fact that petty theft can be enhanced at a later date, Your Honor.
All right, sir. Raise your right hand for me.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yep.
All right, sir. You had the opportunity to speak with your attorney before court about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yep.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No.
You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that.
Yep.
And you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
Yeah, I understand.
All right, and if your attorney said she explained to you that petty theft is what we call enhanceable, which means after so many times, the state can charge it as a felony. You understand?
Yeah.
All right, sir. At this time, how do you wish to plead to the charges of trespass and occupied structure and petty theft?
No contest, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'll accept your plea. I find they're freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 32 days you've been in custody. I have to order that you not return to the Wawa at the address provided by your attorney. Sir, you have to pay the cost of investigation of $131 to OPD and restitution of $2.09 to Wawa. I'm going to give you a year to pay all of that. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
I'll also be following up this case with a restitution order shortly, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Michael?
What's your last name, sir?
Jack?
All right, sir, you're here in 2020 CF 1181 because a felony, a capias was issued for your arrest for failing to appear for a status hearing on a charge of aggravated stalking after an injunction. There's no bond authorized on that capias that was signed by another judge. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Are there any conditions?
Thank you.
Do you have any conditions on that? They print out on it already. It's already printed out on the order. Hold on one moment. Okay. All right. Sometimes they do that. Okay. All right, good luck, sir. Call your attorney.
I wasn't stalking nobody.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't stalking nobody.
I still can't hear him. Ms. George, can you hear him?
He wasn't stalking nobody.
Oh, I understand, sir. This is because a judge has said that you were supposed to be in court and you weren't there, and that's why he or she issued a capias for your arrest. So you're gonna have to call your attorney, call the number on that green piece of paper and talk to them about why you weren't in court, if you were. Okay?
All right.
Good luck.
Your Honor, Nicole McCurley, his behavior.
Okay. 21 MO 1254, Ms. George. I'll appoint your office.
And Your Honor, I will waive the appearance. I'd ask that you take, when setting a bond, you take into consideration she has been found incompetent to proceed, and her most recent incompetency was in April of 2021.
There's an order by court.
That I have to get a chance to open that. On the face sheet, it shows multiple incompetencies.
But what matters is if the judge found her incompetent in her out on bond case. So there is probable cause in the instant case. Her bond is $500, no return.
It's 500 on the disorderly?
Yes.
Okay.
Sometimes it doesn't show in our system.
Let's double check it.
Order of incompetency looks like April 21st of 2021. Yes, Your Honor. Judge LeBlanc.
All right. Then I'll take no action on her out on bond case. I'm ready. Please tell me your name.
Zoila Garcia.
You're here in 3 cases, 21 MM 7720, 7721, and 7722, all charged with petty theft. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in each of your cases.
Your Honor, these are from 3 different incident dates, just at the same location.
I see that.
Your Honor, I believe these were Spanish cases.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those are.
Oh, it says English. She needs the interpreter? Well, it says on the face sheet, English, not Spanish, so I didn't know.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Laura Bretaña, Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
Good morning. If you could please connect with a headset.
Sí, la escucho.
There is contact, Your Honor.
All right, good morning, ma'am. You're here in 3 cases, 21 MM 7720, 7721, and 7722, all charged with retail petty theft. There is probable cause. I'm appointing an attorney to represent you in all of your cases. Your bond is $250 in each case. With special conditions, you can't return to that target for any reason or have contact with any witness in the case. Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
May I ask something?
Yes, ma'am.
Quiero saber porque la fianza es esta para pagar, pero me habían dicho que
Madam Interpreter, could you please advise the client not to speak about the facts of the case when asking her question?
Ok, la pregunta es, en estos momentos tengo derecho a pagar esto y poder salir porque me habían dicho que no podía porque había algo de echado soporte en el 2009.
Yes, the question is if I will be able to post bonds and then get out, because they told me there was something regarding child support.
Yes, Your Honor, she has a whole, a writ of attachment, and it doesn't have a bond on it.
All right, ma'am, it does look like you have a warrant for child support. There is no purge amount on that at this time, so you're going to have to talk to your attorney about it.
Yo nunca tuve, o sea, a mí nunca me llegó una notificación de orden de arresto. Mi licencia siempre estuvo activa, nunca estuvo vencida y no hubo mis hijos vivieron conmigo después de ese child support. Me entero ahora de que tuve una orden de arresto en el 2009, o sea, no tenía conciencia de eso.
Well, I never received any notice of this warrant. My license is up to date. I've never had any issues with my license. My children lived with me after this, and it's just now that I'm learning that I have a warrant for my arrest from 2009.
Ma'am, I can't help you with that warrant because I don't have access to it right now. You're going to have to talk to your attorney about it.
Okay, ¿cómo puedo saber la cantidad de ese child support? Porque es lo que me están pidiendo para poder pagar esto de ahora. O sea, me están diciendo que pague esa cantidad de child support.
How can I learn what the amount is? Because they tell me that I need to pay that first in order to pay this.
Ms. George, do you have any ideas?
No, Your Honor, I don't know how she would obtain that. We don't usually deal with child support issue.
All right. Ma'am, I can't help you with that. I don't have access to it. It was issued by another judge. So if you have an attorney who represents you in your family law case, maybe you could call that attorney as well.
Okay, entonces tengo derecho a hablar con de hablar con un abogado.
Okay, so then do I have the right to speak to an attorney?
Of course.
Ok, perfecto. Última pregunta. Después que pague esa cantidad, ¿puedo, o sea, pagar esto que me están pidiendo?
And then the last question, after I pay that amount, then I will be able to pay this you're asking for now, right?
Yes, you can post this bond, and once you're able to pay the purge amount, then you'd be released if you pay all of it.
Ok. ¿Cómo funciona eso?
Okay, how does this work?
So I gave her a green sheet of paper. There's a number at the top. She can call and speak with her attorney, and they should be able to direct her.
Ok. Gracias.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Valentin Guzman Perez.
Valentin Guzman Perez.
21 MM 7716. You're here charged with assault on a law enforcement officer, an open container of an alcoholic beverage. There is probable cause. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Your bond is $500 on count 1, $100 on count 2. You cannot possess or consume any alcoholic beverage while out on bond. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck, sir. Please tell me your name.
Francisco Humana. Francisco Humana.
Francisco Humana.
Sí.
21 MM 7715. Sir, you're here charged with trespass on property after warning. Was there an offer in this case?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, sir, your bond is $500 with special conditions. You can't return to the scene for any reason. Do you understand? And I'm appointing an attorney to represent you.
Okay.
Good luck, sir.
Yeah.
Is that all we have for Spanish? All right. Thank you so much for your services, Madam Interpreter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Out of the arraignment, we got Davey Hernandez is medical.
19 CT 323. Ms. George, your office represents him? Oh, and 19 CT 324. Thank you.
I'll waive the appearance and enter plea of not guilty.
Division 84 pretrial conference is December 13th, 9 a.m., courtroom 4B.
Twenty-one CT 5382. Ms. George, your office also represents him.
I'll waive and enter plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 80 pretrial conference, December 20th, 9 a.m., courtroom 9C.
21 CT 1066. Ms. George, your office also represents him.
I'll waive and enter plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 81 pretrial conference, November 19th, 9 a.m., courtroom 4E.
20 MM 8223. I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent him.
I'll waive and enter plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 80 pretrial conference, December 20th, 9 a.m., courtroom 9C.
Please tell me your name.
Nancy Fillmore.
21 MM 6609. You're here to be arraigned on a charge of petty theft. Was there an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. The state did convey an offer of an adjudication, credit time served, no return to the 7-Eleven located at 3000 West Colonial Drive, and cost of investigation in the amount of $72 to OPD.
And Your Honor, I did speak to Mr. Fillmore. We went over all the rights he would be given up. He understands those rights. He also understands that petty theft is an enhanceable offense, and he would like to accept the state's offer here today.
All right, sir, raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you heard what Ms. George just said. Is that what you want to do here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had the opportunity to speak with her earlier about the rights you'd be giving up if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions for me about them?
No, ma'am.
You understand if you're on probation anywhere, this plea could violate that.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're not a U.S. citizen, you could be deported.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that petty theft is enhanceable, meaning after you get charged with it so many times, the state can file it as a felony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, with all of that in mind, sir, how do you wish to plead to the charge of petty theft?
No contest.
I'll accept your plea. I find it's freely and voluntarily made. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for 1 day in custody. Sir, I'm ordering that you're not allowed to return to the 7-Eleven located at the address already put on the record. I'll order you to pay the cost of investigation of $72 to OPD. I have to order that you pay court costs. I'm going to give you a year to pay everything. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. You have 30 days to appeal in writing.
Thank you.
Twenty-one MM 7208. Ms. George, your office represents her.
I'll waive and enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 50, pretrial conference is November 22nd, 1:30 PM, courtroom 7C.
21 MM 7104. Ms. George, your office represents him as well.
I'll waive and enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 84, pretrial conference, December 13th, 9 AM, courtroom 4B.
21 MM 7093. Ms. George, your office also represents him.
I'll waive and enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Division 61, pretrial conference, December 10th, 1:30 PM, courtroom 6B.
Alan Turner. Okay. Please tell me your name.
Kareem Joe.
21 MM 738. You're here charged with trespass on property after warning. Was there an offer in this case?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what was the defendant's name?
It was, Your Honor. However, we would just ask that you set a bond in this case, given he has no criminal history.
All right. There is probable cause here. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Hold on one moment.
And Your Honor, we would ask for a $250 bond in this case.
He otherwise would likely qualify for pretrial diversion downtown. I don't see anything on his FCIC.
All right, I'll set your bond at $250 with special conditions. You can't return to Universal Studios for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes.
You can't have contact with any witness in this case. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. #21 MM 5933. I'll appoint your office, Ms. George.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
It's a capias,
Yes.
$1,000 bond.
No.
It was medical.
John Doe is mental health.
21 MO 1250. I'm going to appoint your office, Ms. George. Because we don't even have his name right.
Right. Can we see if he can come tomorrow, Your
I Um,
Honor?
do have
Oh, you do?
His name did come back. I'm a print.
We can reset it for tomorrow. Okay. Okay.
We dealt with her and moved on.
We already did that one. Twenty-one CT 7243. I'm going to appoint your office, Mr. George.
I'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
It's a DUI. Vanessa Bradley. Okay. There is probable cause. Her bond is $500. She can't drive without a valid Florida license. She can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or controlled substances without a valid prescription. She'll be subject to random drug and alcohol screens. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
Please tell me your name.
Bakari Hill.
Thank you. 21 CT 7244. You're here charged with driving while your license is suspended or revoked. At this time, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Just a moment. There is probable cause. Your bond is $500. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CF 4394.
Your Honor, state would ask for no contact with the co-defendant.
Wasn't on bond.
Hold on one second. And I'll also order that you can have no contact with the co-defendant. Sir, did you have a question?
Said I was never out on the bond.
I think they ROR'd, the state file or no information, is what he's referring to, Your Honor.
The state dropped all of those charges?
Well,
They didn't file on it, notice of non-filing before the 33, he was talking about 33-day motion.
Oh, so that's not, the charges are still pending, sir. The state just didn't file it before the 33rd day. So I'm revoking your release on your own recognizance.
how would I get a bond on? Would you be able to set bond on those?
Your attorney can file a motion in front of the trial judge, and that's who will set that bond. Hold on, give me one moment.
We did end up filing information on that, Your Honor.
Oh, you did?
Later on, Your Honor.
Yeah,
It was
after-
at first.
Date of incident on this case was April of 2021. He was RWAR'd May of 2021 pursuant to a 33-day motion. We ended up filing, I believe in September. We filed possession of a controlled substance with intent to sell, the F2, a possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, F2, and unlawful use of a two-way communication device, F3.
All right, so contact your attorney and they can file a bond motion in front of the trial judge.
Okay.
All right, good luck, sir. I'm sorry, did you have a question? No. I was having trouble hearing him. All right.
You don't want it.
I don't have him. So he must have already been taken out. Please tell me your name.
Anthony Joseph Calabro.
21 CF 14191. You're here charged with 2 counts of burglary of a dwelling. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. There is probable cause. Your bond is $5,000 on count 1, $5,000 on count 2. With special conditions, you can have no contact with any victim or witness in this case. Do you understand what no contact means?
Yes, ma'am.
You can't return to these scenes for any reason. You can't possess a weapon of any kind, firearm, or ammunition. At this time, I'm revoking your bonds in 21 CF 13307 and 21 CF 13305. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Please tell me your name.
India Florence.
All right. Ms. Florence, you're here in 21 CF 14190, charged with battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting with violence, resisting without violence, and trespass in an occupied structure. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Give me one moment. There is probable cause. Your bond is $5,000 on count one.
Your Honor, given her limited criminal history, she has no objection you treating the rest as subsidiaries.
All right, based on that, I will do so. Count two, it'll be $150. Counts 3 and 4, it'll be $100. With special conditions, you can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. You can't return to the Greyhound bus station at 555 North John Young Parkway. And you can't have contact with any victim or witness in this case. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck, ma'am. Please tell me your name.
Amy ahead.
Good morning, sir. You're here in 21 CF 14174, charged with grand theft of a firearm and carrying a concealed weapon. At this time, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you in your case. Give me a moment. There is probable cause.
He does qualify for pretrial release. It looks like his only other conviction was a license to be in possession. I don't know what that is. Out-of-state history. But 0 failures to appear. I would just ask that you take that into consideration and place him on pretrial release.
Your
In
Honor.
conjunction, sorry.
State has no objection, bond, or potentially bond with pretrial release to reduce the bond amounts, given that he was extremely cooperative with law enforcement, in addition to the things that defense has already brought up.
Hold on one second. I need to read something again. I see that he was very cooperative with law enforcement. It was reported stolen in 2013.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there, I mean, is that sufficient for possession of recently stolen property?
It could be given with his statement that he found it.
That he found it?
He's still in possession of property
Not
that
took it out of
otherwise would not be yours.
Jacksonville. Duval County is Jacksonville. All right, I'm going to place you on pretrial release, sir, with special conditions. You can't have any contact with the victim in this case, and you can't possess a weapon, firearm, or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. Yes, and there is probable cause. However thin. Please tell me your name.
Eric Hoover.
21 CF 14173. Sir, you're here charged with driving under the influence with serious bodily injury. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Hold on one second.
Your Honor, when setting bond set, we just have you take into account the victim in the case was a pedestrian and was taken to Orlando Regional with lacerations to the head with a substantial risk of impairment to the brain by means of traumatic brain injury.
There is probable cause. Give me one moment. All right, sir, your bond in this case is $15,000. You can't possess or consume any alcoholic beverage or controlled substance without a valid prescription. You'll be subject to random drug and alcohol screens. You can't drive without a valid Florida license. You can't have contact with the victim or any witness in this case. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir. All right, 21 CF 13764. I find his refusal a willing waiver of his appearance today. He's here for an arrest warrant. The bond is $2,000. I'll appoint an attorney to represent him. Did you look at the dates on this warrant, Counselor?
That's what I was just pulling up, Your Honor.
Because I didn't look at the dates.
1 second, Your Honor, I'm pulling it back up. The alleged date of incident was October 14th, 2021.
And he was released on his own recognizance June 1st, 2021. So at this time, I will revoke that in 21 CF 4991. Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Edwin Kwan, EDWIN KWUN.
Thank you, sir. You're here in 21 CF 14181, charged with trafficking in methamphetamines greater than 28 grams. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you in this case. Did you wish to be heard, Ms. George?
Just a second, Your Honor.
Okay. There is a weight included in the probable cause affidavit.
Okay. For some reason, it wasn't pulling up in my,
Oh, in the probable cause affidavit, it alleges that the combined weight of the methamphetamines was 30 grams, so it is greater than 28 grams?
Yeah, no argument, Your Honor.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure before I moved on.
No.
There is probable cause. All right, sir, your bond is $100,000. You can have no contact with any known drug dealers. You can't possess or consume any controlled substance without a valid prescription. You'll be subject to random drug screens while out on bond. Any other conditions the state would request?
No, Your Honor.
All right, good luck, sir.
Kennedy, Your Honor, is bonded.
Okay.
McKinney, Jawar, bonded.
Oh, I thought you just told me that.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry, I was like, is there a new one? All right, sir, please tell me your name.
Christopher Andrew Mercado.
All right, you're here in 21 MM 7712, charged with resisting an officer without violence and trespass on school grounds or facility. At this time, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you.
Your Honor, state's concern was due to being a sex offender. I don't believe he's supposed to be within at least 500 feet of a school. The alleged incident did occur on school grounds, albeit after school hours. However, I don't believe that goes into it. I believe it's 500 feet from a school at all times due to the possibility of the presence of children. Just have you take that into account when setting bond.
Yeah, I share the state's concern there.
Yeah. I understand, Your Honor. I just ask that you take into consideration, that it appears he was actually using the restroom to try and clean himself.
Can I say something? I mean, it wasn't like the door was.
Sir, I want to make sure you understand that
Yes, ma'am.
everything you say here is being recorded and it can be used against you later.
Yes, ma'am.
Before you say anything else, I'm going to give you a moment to speak with your attorney.
And if you look, Your Honor, he is in fact transient, so I just ask that you take that into consideration. It was after hours, and he was found trying to take a bath.
I see that.
However, when approached by law enforcement, he locked himself in the door and refused to exit. So he was also uncooperative.
Right, that's the resisting, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, sir, in this case, I'll stay your bond at $500 on count one, $150 on count two. You can't return to this school for any reason. Do you understand that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I didn't even know it was a school.
All right, sir, you're also here because a warrant was issued for your arrest in 21 CF 13990 for violating your reporting requirements as a sexual offender. Another judge has already found probable cause in that case. Your bond is $3,500. I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. At this time, I'm revoking your bond in 21 CF 802. All right, good luck, sir.
It's not. No, it's not. Is that case still open?
It says it's
It's
closed
still
on.
open.
It says it's closed on the clerk of courts.
I don't know, I have that it's open pending PTD. Is it closed?
Not that I know of, Your Honor. I'm just double checking.
And that your next court date is November 8th?
11/8.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's closed, sir.
So like when I went on the clerk of courts, it said, when you would look up the case number, it says closed. And I understand there's another court date scheduled, but it actually says closed.
So I don't know what the clerk of courts says or means. It's possible that if you're going into pretrial diversion for that charge, the clerk of court shows that as closed, but it's actually still a pending case right now. So I see that you have the public defender representing you in that case as well. Call him right away. All right, good luck. In this next case, is this Ray? Okay, I gotta get online. Hold on.
Welcome to an Econo meeting. You are entering the meeting now.
Hi, this is Judge Gibson. Who do I have on the line? Okay, give me 1 minute. This is Judge Gibson. Is there anyone else on the line? We might have to, we know we were waiting for an attorney to appear. We might have to do some other things.
I believe there's only 2 more cases, Your Honor.
So do you want to do the 33-day motions and we'll just have him, he can just back up and we'll do these while we wait?
That's fine.
Okay, because I think I got motions. Hold on 1 second. Okay, I do have motions, Counselor.
Yes, sure.
Isaac Cabaret, 21.
Wait. I have Mavronis.
We don't have a Mavronis on the docket today.
So are these tomorrow's motions?
I thought they sent, I requested that she sent me the
We have Cabaret,
motions. Let me see.
Cologne, Pina.
It says the first day of November.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry, and I was trying to get them for you. From the person downtown that is supposed to send them. I could take my time and try to print them all off for you.
Well, what are these then?
It may be for tomorrow, because when I reached out via email, I reached out and told them I didn't have the motions, and then they responded to the email, but they sent, it looks like these may be for tomorrow, Your Honor. I just assumed because they responded to my email.
Welcome to an Econo meeting. You are entering the meeting now.
I just re-entered just to see if that. This is Judge Gibson. Is there anyone on the line? All right, let's try it again, Miss May. Who do you have first?
I have Isaac Cabaret, 21 CF 12779. Should be granted. There was a notice of non-filing. Jocelyn Cologne, 21 CF 12373, denied and information was filed. Alex Pena, 21 CF 8126, denied and information was filed. Robert Williamson III, 21 CF 13008, granted, notice of non-filing. And Landon Barnes, 21 CF 12822, granted, notice of non-filing.
All right.
I'm trying to get them all for you, Your Honor, and print them before we finish.
And then can you also remind them that they put the wrong day on them again, the wrong month?
Yeah, sure.
Oh. Good morning, Counselor. This is Judge Gibson. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Go ahead and put your appearance on record.
Philip Arroyo on behalf of Mr. Isaiah Ray.
This is 21 CF 14185. Sir, you're here charged with burglary of an occupied dwelling with assault or battery. Counselor, did you wish to be heard on anything?
Yes, Your Honor, we would respectfully request the court to find no probable cause in this case. Although I haven't had a copy of the police report, it's my understanding, according to the father, that the police report, correct me if I'm wrong, a police report states that my client was at a party, he just stepped out, and then when he came back, he knocked on the wrong door, and that's where the whole incident occurred. I believe the alleged victim intervened physically with my client. So if the court's not willing to find no probable cause, we would ask for a reasonable bond, Your Honor.
All right, so Counselor, in this case, the affidavit states that the homeowner or resident awoke to a noise in the rear of the house. When he went to the noise, your client was trying to open the sliding door. The victim grabs his gun, opens the door, telling your client to leave, at which point your client pushed him back, entered the residence, and that's when the fight occurred. So it says nothing about a party. Now that could, I'm not saying that didn't happen, but I don't have that in the facts here. And based on what's in the affidavit, there is probable cause for a burglary with a battery.
Understood, Your Honor. In that case, we would respectfully request the court for a reasonable bond.
All right, what says the state?
Your Honor, given that it is a first-degree felony that's punishable by life, state's asking that you hold him no bond pending an Arthur hearing at a later time downtown. I understand Mr. Ray has little to no criminal history. However, given the allegations in this affidavit, I believe after what you read for counsel, the victim was able to push the defendant back out of the sliding door. The defendant then walked to the front of the residence and pulled on the door handle to the neighbor's car and then recharged at the victim. Just given the nature of the allegations in the case and given that this is a punishable by life offense, state's asking for no bond.
Your Honor, may the defense address the court?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would respectfully request a reasonable bond. My client is innocent until proven guilty. And I would also clarify that what the state said as to little to no record, I believe he has no record at all. And I believe that my client is entitled to a reasonable bond while on pretrial release so he can meet with his counsel and properly mount his defense.
Counselor, he's charged with a first-degree felony that's punishable by life in prison, so I don't think he actually is entitled to bond. Now, we can conduct an Arthur hearing. There's a split in the DCAs as to whether he would be entitled to two of them, basically. So if we do one today, and the court finds proof evident, presumption great, and holds him at no bond, you could then go back downtown and argue in front of the trial judge that he should get another one, but that judge may deny that request and hold him at no bond. So I'll leave it up to you what you want to do here today, but I believe that the state of the law is first-degree felony, punishable by life in prison. He's not actually entitled to bond. The court can give him a bond, but he's not entitled to it.
Your Honor, is the state ready to proceed with an Arthur hearing and prove presumption of guilt? Because if not, then if the state's not able to provide that evidence, we would seek a reasonable bond for my client.
Your Honor,
So, go ahead, Ms. May.
Your Honor, state would ask that if defense wanted to conduct an Arthur hearing today, that you'd find proof evident presumption great from the four corners of this affidavit, which can be done. However, you still can hold him no bond even without finding proof evident presumption great, also due to a split in the DCAs. So he can be held no bond currently without finding proof evident presumption great if Your Honor otherwise finds, according to the Thornton case out of the 3rd DCA. There's been no decision from the Fifth, and the Supreme Court is currently waiting on that case.
Your Honor, the defense would argue that if the state doesn't have the alleged victim testifying as to what it's stated in the police report, and there's been no evidence presented by the state, presumption of guilt and evidence has not been established. So my client is entitled to reasonable bond.
Counselor, I think, again, I think I disagree with your understanding of the law. I believe that the court can find proof evident presumption great based on the four corners of the affidavit. So if you're asking the court to make that finding, I can do that today. Once again, I think that's a strategic call for you, because I think that because of the split of the DCAs, I think judges can interpret it differently. And I don't know who you'll be in front of downtown and if they would give you two hearings. It's basically two separate hearings. But I do think I can find proof evident presumption great on just the affidavit.
Well, in that case, we would just set it for the next hearing in downtown.
And let me ask, Ms. May, I just want to make sure I recall correctly from the beginning of this hearing.
Yes, Judge.
Are you asking the court to hold him at no bond?
Yes, Judge, just given the nature of the charge, I believe an Arthur hearing would be better conducted downtown when defense has access to read the affidavit, and where there can be a full Arthur hearing conducted, where the victim could be present, and defense can have any other testimony regarding potentially the party that the defendant was allegedly at. So yes, at this time, state is requesting that you hold no bond, so a proper Arthur hearing can be conducted at a later time downtown.
Yeah, I have to tell you, Counselor, right now, the only evidence before this court is the affidavit. And the affidavit says nothing about a party. The affidavit describes someone who's not involved in a party and doesn't know your client at all, is awakened by your client shoving his way into their home. And so if there's no other evidence before the court, if the defense doesn't present any evidence either, this is all the court has to go on for this morning. So are you intending to present any evidence today?
No, Your Honor, we would just, the defense is fine with having this heard in downtown courtroom.
Okay, can you tell me which judge is this in front of?
11, Division 11.
Hold on one second, it should say it in the.
Nunez Navarro.
Okay. All right, Counselor, this is going to be heard by Judge Nunez Navarro. So that should help you get your bond motion filed quickly. Mr. Ray, at this time, you're not entitled to bond on this charge, and I'm going to hold you at no bond. However, even while in custody, you can have no contact with the victim or the victim's family members. Do you understand what that means? All right. And I know that your dad was involved. Your attorney just told me that your dad had spoken with him. So I will just say, keep in contact with your attorney and your dad. Your attorney, I think, is going to file a motion in front of the trial judge right away. So you want to make sure that you stay in touch with your attorney, okay? You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything further on this, Counselor?
No, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes. Thank you so much for appearing virtually. Good luck, Mr. Ray.
Start.
All right.
Okay, I'm ready to go.
All right. All right.
Good morning, everyone. This is your first appearance hearing before the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. My name is Brad Gardner, and I'm a judge in this court. I'm here to inform you of the charges that have been filed against you, to advise you of certain rights, to set bail on those offenses that I'm authorized to set bail, to schedule a preliminary hearing, and to determine whether you require the assistance of an attorney. You have the right to remain silent and say nothing. But should you give up this right, anything you say during this proceeding may be used against you. So please don't discuss the facts of your case During this and all other proceedings, you have the following rights: to the presumption of innocence, to indictment by a grand jury for most felonies or by accusation for misdemeanors, to a speedy and public trial by jury, to see, hear, and question witnesses who are called to testify against you, to compel the attendance of witnesses to testify on your behalf, to testify on your own behalf or offer evidence in your own defense, and to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford an attorney, one can be appointed to represent you if you qualify. Some of you will be allowed to post unrestricted bonds for your release from jail. These bonds may be posted by cash, commercial, or property. Some of you will have special conditions on your bond that prohibit you from contacting certain people or going to certain places. You will also be prohibited from contacting the victim while you are in jail. If you violate the court's order, your bond will be revoked and you can remain in jail until your trial. You could also receive additional felony charges. It is important to note that if someone is listed as a victim in your case, that person will not be allowed to post your bond. Some of you are charged with offenses for which this court is not authorized by law to set bail. In this event, a bond hearing will be scheduled before a judge of the Superior Court of Clayton County, and you will be informed of that date. If you are currently on active probation, this court is not authorized to set bond at this time. Where the bond is appropriate in your case will be reconsidered after your probation officer has had an opportunity to consider this new arrest. The purpose of a preliminary hearing is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to support the allegations against you. The standard at this stage is very low. A judge determining whether a charge goes forward at this stage only has to determine that it is possible that the crime occurred. Everyone has the ability to waive their right to a preliminary hearing. However, you should speak to a lawyer first if you are unsure about whether it is appropriate to waive your preliminary hearing. If you post bond, your preliminary hearing is automatically waived. You will receive notice at the address you give of your next court date. Lastly, would everyone raise their right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that any statements you make during this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have the lawyer who is logged in for Miss Armstrong. Can we bring Monique Armstrong up, please?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. So, I've set bond on some of these offenses and I've denied bond on 5 offenses. The motor vehicle hijacking, the aggravated assault, the kidnapping, the motor vehicle, second count of motor vehicle hijacking, and the second aggravated assault charge. I will hear from you, sir, as to anything you want to tell me about your client and the bond.
Thank you, Your Honor. My client, as you can see, the court can verify she has no criminal history, Your Honor. Mom and sister and the rest of the family are watching on YouTube.
Okay.
Sadly, Your Honor, I do believe that my client has lived without any diagnosis, but there is a history of severe mental health in her family. At this point, and if you see the warrant specifically for the victim that was a stranger, if you see that police report, you can see that he says that there was something wrong with this lady. She allegedly tried to take his car at knife point, and he could very easily overpower her, put her under control and wait until authorities got there, defending himself. And he even let the cops know that it seems like there's something wrong with her. We believe that she was suffering some kind of mental health breakdown, Your Honor. She has had panic attacks before. There's history of psychosis in the family. She hasn't been diagnosed, Your Honor. We ask you to consider giving her a bond with very strict conditions and commander, 24-hour curfew, allow her to get a mental health evaluation. Obviously, no contact with the victims. She would be staying with her mom. Again, this seems to be completely out of character with her. I do believe from where my colleague Chinwe Foster met with her, there was some my client was confused. Didn't even understand where she was. We do believe that going into a mental health facility eventually would be what's best for her to get the treatment that she needs. Right now, mom is scrambling to trying to find a place, trying to find her a bed. But in the meantime, we ask that you allow her to go home to her mom with a non-commander and absolutely just a 24-hour curfew. So that way the state can ensure that she is under supervision. And if she breaks that curfew in any way, her bond can be revoked. I know it's asking for a lot, Your Honor, but we just ask that you set a number on all the charges, a number that the court deems to be reasonable, and allow her to start identifying what led to these very tragic events, Your Honor.
So my background has been as a criminal defense lawyer for more than 20 years, and I've represented clients in over 30 death penalty cases. And a lot of the clients that I've represented have the same background that you just stated. If you are in the midst of a mental health episode, you're not following rules. You're not following law. You're doing whatever you believe that you can do based upon that history. So I'm going to leave the no bond status in place with the understanding that the family can set up a situation for her to go, and these conditions can be changed and modified. But I am unwilling to place her on the street because I have to be concerned about public safety. And that's everybody that she will interact with. And I can't have her to carry through with what I've seen here and end up in the unnecessary death of another person. And my clients, when I represented them in death penalty cases, a lot of times, the first time they ever fired a gun was that they fired a gun and killed someone. Or they stabbed someone and that person died. So the family, if they're listening, they need to set up a situation that she can be transferred into and she can get evaluated and treated. And that if I'm the person that's at that point, when that happens, my decision would be for her to have her bond conditions would be that she maintains medication and she follows through with what the doctor has applied. Because the situation that you've placed forward, the family would be the people that would have to report her. And don't know the family, but I know a lot of times that also has been the situation. Family knows that if they report her, she goes back to jail. They don't want her to go back to jail, so they don't report her non-compliance. So I'm going to leave it the way that it's set. She has a $2,000 bond set on the obstructing an officer charge, a $2,000 bond on the hit and run accident, a $2,000 bond on the second reckless driving charge, a $500 bond on the following two close, a $2,000 bond on the second hit and run charge, $500 bond on the second following too close, a $2,000 bond on the reckless driving, and a $5,000 bond on the battery. There's going to be a stay away provision on the bond to stay away from a Shedrick peril. And that's the person that she is alleged to have gotten in the car and held a knife on him. Her preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. Her bond hearing date is going to be set for December 10th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. In counsel, as you know, the district attorney's office, they can decide that they want to consent to conditions of bond. And if they're going to consent, we generally don't have a dog in that fight. So if there's a consent order that's placed forward, 9 times out of 10, the judge will sign it. But
yes, sir.
That's going to have to be based upon their investigation and kind of understanding the situation more than what we have now.
And John, just for clarification, which are the charges that remain with no bond?
The motor vehicle hijacking that has a warrant number of 2021 WA18605. The aggravated assault charge that has a warrant number of 2021 WA18606. The charge of kidnapping that has a warrant number of 2021 WA18607. The second charge of motor vehicle hijacking that has a warrant number of 2021 WA18611. The second charge of aggravated assault that has a warrant number of 2021 WA18612. Those are the 5 charges that do not have a bond set.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I know you made a decision. I know that it's going to be no bond, and we are hoping that it's going to be a negotiation bond once we get some structure into where she will be placed. But I just have to ask, Your Honor, it is a number of charges. Wherever she ends up going will be quite a financial burden on the family. Just asking if you reconsider on the misdemeanors, just leave it at a straight $1,000 bond for each of the misdemeanors. And then when we revisit the no bond charges, maybe that will be a little more substantial with the special conditions and understanding that they're going to have to pay for whatever housing she's going to find. We don't want the actual treatment to be prevented because they can't even afford a bond, John.
Well, I'm going to leave the bond for the misdemeanors set as I've stated. If what I heard from you is that she has undiagnosed and untreated potentially undiagnosed and untreated mental health issues. If that's the case, then there needs to be a push to have her placed on SSI and to have her in a position where someone is responsible for her and that she then is getting compensated because she is mentally ill if it's that severe, and that can happen and someone can be responsible for it, and there will be funds available for her to either go to an assisted living situation or for her to remain at home, but that there's someone that's responsible for her so that it's not a situation where she's, out on the street doing whatever she wants to do. And if the family members are willing to take that on and they're willing to raise their hand and volunteer to step in, great. If they're not, I can't be the person that is going to be responsible for her out roaming the streets doing whatever she wants to do.
Understood, Your Honor. And one last regard, is it possible for me to have a quick breakout with her so I can just let her know what's happened today?
We don't have that function available. So you would have to come to the jail to have a conversation with her.
Okay.
But Ms. Armstrong, it looks as though your lawyer is on top of this issue and managing this issue. The decisions that I've made today are based upon my desire to have the public safe. And as I stated earlier, these conditions can be changed. But we just need to have the appropriate things in place so that people in the public are not in danger and that you are not in danger of doing something that could end with your spending the rest of your life in prison. Okay, ma'am? All right. Is there anything else, sir?
Nothing. This concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Armstrong, ma'am, you're free to go back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great weekend.
You too. All right. So let's see. I think the next person we have on the lady side is Miss Francis.
Miss Francis.
Ma'am, you're charged with one count of criminal trespass. I've set the bond at $1,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Yes, sir.
You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am, you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you're free to go back.
Thank you.
So who is your name?
Morning, I'm Natalia Grandison.
Miss Grandison, give me 1 second, ma'am. Okay, Miss Grandison, you're charged with one count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Bond is going to be set at $20,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
No, sir.
Okay, there's going to be a stay away provision on bond to stay away from a Tempest Crawford. Do you understand that? Did you say yes?
I don't know how she looks, but yes, I will.
Okay. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get waived upon your ability to post a bond. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Sure. Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
Can you lower my bond,
Okay, so
please?
Okay, ma'am. I will reduce the bond to $10,000. And I'll tell you this. I have a problem with people discharging firearms because every time you discharge a firearm, that's a murder waiting to happen.
Yes, sir.
And the punishment for murder in the state of Georgia is you're in custody for 30 years before you're eligible for parole. So, I try to help people by teaching a lesson.
Yes, sir.
Because you were just one step away from looking at spending the rest of your life in prison. Let's see. Your date of birth is 91. You'll be looking at leaving prison as a very elderly lady.
I'll be 30 on the 8th, so 60 something.
Is it worth it?
No, sir. My mom and my children, I want to say they kind of are, but no, sir, it's not.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I'm going to set it at $10,000.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, ma'am. You're free to go back. Ma'am, you're charged with one count of having dangerous drugs outside of the container. Bond is going to be set at $3,000 on that offense, and one count of violation of the Controlled Substance Act. Which is a misdemeanor. Bond's going to be set at $2,000. So you're going to have a total bond set at $5,000. Do you believe you can post that bond, ma'am?
Yes.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. The date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail.
So there's no lower that too, or no?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
There's no way the 5,000 can get lowered?
Well, it can. It's my decision, but I'm not going to lower it.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
No.
Did you say no?
I mean, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, ma'am, you qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you have any other questions for me, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay, ma'am, you're free to go back.
Name?
Shaniqua Lamar.
Okay, Miss Lamar, ma'am, you're charged with one count of theft by taking as a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
You do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. The date will get waived upon your ability to bond out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you have any questions for me, ma'am?
I'm asking that you, Your Honor, would you lower my bond?
What's the basis of your request?
The basis of my request is that I'm a mother of 6 kids, and I have really learned my lesson. I've been arrested since August, and I'm asking that you lower my bond to $100 so I could get back to my kids. And my son has COVID-19, so I'm trying to get back home to them as quick as possible.
Okay, I'm going to deny your request, ma'am. The allegations of this offense are something that was within your control. and you did not have to do what the allegations said that you did, you have to understand that there are other people on the other side of this who are the alleged victims, and they have to deal with stuff because of your actions.
Yes, sir.
As they are alleged. Okay. All right, ma'am. You're free to go back.
Thank you.
Miss Bermudez, let's see. Miss Bermudez, give me maybe 10 minutes. And I'll be done with this, and we can switch over to the two individuals that we need you for.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Miss Martin, you're Miss Martin?
Shatavius Martin.
Ma'am, you've been charged with 1 count of criminal damage to property in the 2nd degree, which is a felony offense. Bond's going to be set at $4,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's going to be a stay away provision on the bond, stay away from a Larry Perryman. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
Do you think that you may lower my bond amount?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, you're free to go back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi, you're Miss Parker?
Yes.
Ma'am, you're charged with 1 count of unlawful conduct during a 911 call. Bond's going to be set at $1,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
No.
Did you say no?
No.
Okay. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get waived upon your ability to bond out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Would you like me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes.
You do qualify, ma'am. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No. Well, yes, one. Will I be released today?
If you post bond today, yes, ma'am, you will be released. So, ma'am, the allegations in your case is that you call 911 and use vulgar and profane language. That's something that's totally within your control.
I was intoxicated, and I was calling because me and my boyfriend were arguing.
Okay, ma'am. You know, the quickest way to get arrested is to call the police. Because
I felt like I was being threatened.
Well, I'll say this, ma'am. There are only so many amount of law enforcement officers for each shift. And at the time that you're calling the police because you and your boyfriend are arguing, someone has a gun pointed on them, someone's door is getting kicked in, someone really actually needs the police. But they can't have police services because too many adults are acting like children. So don't be that person in the future. Because the first thing people say is, well, I called the police and nobody showed up. Clayton County, they don't care. They didn't show up. But they're all out on calls dealing with adults who are acting like children. So if this was not an incident where the police were actually needed, don't call the police. We don't have the resources to have 100,000 officers just waiting to come out and to police everybody. And then if we did, the thing will be, Well, I just walked to my mailbox and a police officer came and told me to do this or do that. Ma'am, you got to create the community that you want to live in. And if you don't, you can't complain. Okay?
Agreed.
All right, ma'am. You're free to go back. Ms. Tyson. Ma'am, you charge one count of battery. Bond's been set at $5,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
I could possibly post it today, but I don't have any, a way to, get anybody up here. I don't have any property on me. Like my ID and my wallet and stuff, they didn't let me, grab my information and stuff.
Okay, there's going to be a stay away provision on the bond to stay away from a Terry and Kennard. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. The date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you will get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You do qualify, ma'am. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
So upon my arrest, my vehicle was released to the victim because the officer let me give her the keys and stuff to my vehicle, which is registered in my name and stuff like that. So, you know, me and Taryn, basically, like, we have, we got a house together and we live in the same, like, residency. And I paid half of the bills there, so.
I have yet to hear a question, ma'am. You've given me a statement of facts.
I was trying to see if I can, basically, like, I have no other choice or where to go, basically, because I live with her. So I was just trying to figure out, like, once I do post bond, like, what will I be able to do, like, if we live together?
So, there's a stay away provision that's in place. And basically, that stay away provision is there because we don't want whatever incident that led for you to appear before me today to reignite this evening. Because you're eligible for bond, you have a bond, you can bond out. So we don't know the whole story. We have facts that we rely upon. If Ms. Kennard contacts the solicitor's office and she's not afraid of you, she can ask them to have this condition modified or changed. And if they consent to it, they'll bring it to a judge and the judge will sign off on it. If she says, you know, thank God, I'm happy that she is out of the house. I don't want to change that provision. I don't want to ever see her again. Then the provision will remain in place. I don't know you, ma'am, and I don't know her, and I don't know the circumstances other than what's been sworn to in the warrant before me. So I can't make broad proclamations about what will happen. But I will share this with you. As an adult, this is the dumbest thing to get arrested over. And people do it every day. And my calendar is probably 40% filled with people that are getting in arguments with persons that they've moved in with. So all I can do is follow the law. as a general matter, I will tell you that unless and until you are in a relationship that has the force of law behind it, don't move in with somebody. Because it all sounds sweet at the beginning. But relationships are hard because adults get to make their own decisions. And just because a person is making a decision that you don't agree with doesn't mean that a fight gets to take place. Okay? All right. Any other questions, ma'am?
I do have one more question before I go. Is there any way that my bond can be lowered so I can like at least try to post it today?
No, ma'am. I set the bond for battery at $5,000. And I set it that way for a reason. That the next time that this happens, you're going to remember this experience. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. You're free to go back. Mr. Khalil. We have Miss
Winters, Your Honor.
Miss Winters. Mr. Khalil.
Yes, Judge.
Sir, who are you representing?
I apologize. I represent Daniel Castillo.
Okay. We'll come back to you in a second. Because he's also one of the individuals that we need the interpreter for.
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, you're charged with one count of endangering a security interest. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. You didn't complete the form. Do you plan on hiring your own attorney?
Yes, sir. I've already hired an attorney, Gerald Briggs, but I didn't know he could be here this morning.
Okay. It's not necessary for him to be here this morning. Did he tell you that he was going to be here this morning?
No, because I didn't know he could be here. He didn't want to inform me of what the charge was. I didn't understand what the charges were, and he didn't either until we got the police. So he went and came to Clayton County, until he got the description of the case or whatever. I didn't.
Okay. So I'll tell you, ma'am, this warrant was taken out December 20th of 2019. And what it says is that there was a silver 2007 Mercedes-Benz S550 that you allegedly purchased from Atlanta Fine Cars, and that you signed a contract to make installment payments for this vehicle, and that you stopped making payments on December 11th of 2015, and that you refused to answer calls that were placed from Atlanta Fine Cars to you for the return of the vehicle. And it looks like it says the last payment was made on February 26th of 2018. So it's basically, it looks like they're saying that you entered into a contract, an agreement to pay on this vehicle, and that you stopped paying on the vehicle in violation of the contract.
I speak? No?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This same warrant, sir, was issued in 2018 also, and you all, Clayton County dismissed it, and the reason why it got dismissed because the paperwork was showing where the car was, showing that I contacted Atlanta Fine Cars, letting them know that I know you don't, and I'm supposed to discuss the case, but the motor went out in the vehicle a year after I got the vehicle, so they gave me another vehicle, which was this vehicle. And the motor went out the car in the same place that I called and notified them at 18 where the car was, but they reissued its warrant again in 19. I just found out about when I got here.
Okay, so you need to speak to your attorney about this.
Yes, sir.
Because if it's a civil dispute, that is something that can be resolved. But this warrant, as I stated before, the warrant was issued back in.
It was issued again in 19. Yes, sir. But the first one was issued in 2018 and it got dismissed.
Yeah, I was not here. I don't know. There's the name of the affiant, but the person that's swearing to these facts is Tayshana Bruce.
They changed the name. The original lady was Miss May, but they came in, like I said, I know the facts of the case. They came and did it again. The first lady that did it was Miss May. Now, the Sean is the second lady that's in the office. So they said they're going to keep doing it until, but like I said, the car is where they can get it. But I was only asking, Your Honor, but I have paid my attorney already on this matter. Is there any way I can get a lower bond amount? Because I've already paid an attorney as well. Like I said, if I had known that he could have been here this morning up front, they told me that my attorney was not needed for a first appearance. I was going in front of the monitor, but I would have had him here present with the, the facts and the documents that he has collected and I have given him. So I'm asking, is there any way to get the bond, sir?
So I'm gonna leave the bond the way that it's set, because these proceedings are not set up to be adversarial, meaning I get to hear from both sides. So I've given you the information that I have before me so that you can hopefully share that with your attorney. And if this is something that has already been litigated before, it may be ripe for a motion to dismiss. But I don't have that. Well, I'm just saying, I don't have that information before me. So it sounds like you've been dealing with this for a while. What I would encourage you to speak to your attorney about is getting the documentation as to whatever happened in the past and whatever happens with this, so that you're just not in a position where you're subject to being arrested. Because if what you said to me is true, this warrant should have been dismissed.
And it's not in the record of the case?
No, ma'am. And that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's warrants it takes an active effort to dismiss warrants. They're just not automatically dismissed.
And honestly, the first one, sir, I didn't appear about it, didn't know about it until this warrant came about. So that warrant was issued and dismissed. Like I said, it's in the records on TV by Clayton County. My attorney, Gerald, agreed, pulled all of it. The warrant was issued and dismissed without me knowing, without me showing up for court. I knew nothing about it until I came for this time.
Okay, I'm going to accept what you're telling me, Ms. Winters. I'm going to reduce the bond to $1,000.
Thank you, sir.
And so you can at least start down the pathway.
Yes, sir.
Of getting this matter resolved.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So that's the end of the ladies' side, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for your assistance. Have a good weekend. And, we'll switch over to the ladies' side. I'm sorry, the men's side.
Thank you, sir.
And Miss Bermudez.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
How are you doing? Happy Friday to you.
I'm well.
on a cold, rainy day in Georgia.
Yes, sir. Where are your pearls, Judge?
I'm sorry.
You're not wearing your pearls this morning?
Oh, no. I can barely try to stay up to watch the game. I think I make it to the 6th or 7th inning before I fall asleep.
I represent for you, Judge. I got it right here waiting. Everything you need, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Khalil. So you're representing Mr. What is it? Is it
Castillo?
Castillo. So, can we bring Mr. Daniel Castillo Mejia up?
Judge, do we have two Castillos on the list?
I believe it's the same person, but it's written differently. There's a 2020, there's 3 2020 warrants, or actually 4. And then there are 3 2021 warrants. And the names are written differently.
Okay, so it's the same person.
I believe so. And that is what I was going to try to dig into. Mr. Khalil, do you know about the 2 separate, or it looks like 1, 2, 3. Let's see, 3, 6, 7. There's 7 warrants, 4 from 2020, 3 from 2021. Do you know about those?
No. So I met with him and his wife yesterday and the investigator before I turned him in late last night. And he told me that it was about 7 warrants. He didn't have the warrants in front of him. He didn't tell me that they were separate incidents, though. He did just tell me, I asked him what was the highest one, at least, so I can get my mind wrapped around what I was looking at. But I did not know that there were 2 separate incidents from 2 separate years. And when I spoke to his wife, she just described it to me as one situation, one altercation when she was here with me yesterday.
So it looks like there's an incident date of May 9th of 2020. And that's where the 4 warrants come from, with failure to maintain lane, criminal damage to property in the 2nd degree as a felony, hit and run accident, as driving as an unlicensed driver.
Okay, so he did tell me, she told me through him that he did have a few driving was suspended, but that particular instance that you're referring to with the criminal damage and everything, I was told from his wife that she actually was end up being charged, and those cases was dropped against him. That was just my understanding. She eventually was picked up and charged with those charges. So in any instance, I guess we're here today. I'll still be able to go forward on them and just address them accordingly. But I believe that she was charged with those. And then the newer ones, which should be the ag assault and family domestic violence or something like that, are the ones that we had our discussion about yesterday. That's what we turned to.
And those are alleged to have occurred on August 14th of 2021.
Yes.
And it's aggravated assault by strangulation, family violence, battery, and false imprisonment.
Yes.
And I have placed a no bond on the felony charges. And I've granted bond on the misdemeanors of $1,000 on the hit and run, $500 on the unlicensed resident, $5,000 on the family violence battery, and $500 on the failure to maintain lane.
I appreciate it, Judge. And just for record purposes, if it's okay for me to be heard on the 2 felonies, briefly, if possible.
Yes, sir. And I just tell you that just so that you understand where my mind is going, and I'm going to give you every opportunity to speak on behalf of your client as it relates to the charges and the bond. So we'll bring you in, Ms. Bermudez. So I'm going to refer to him as Mr. Mejia because that's how it is on the bond order. Mr. Mejia, can you hear and understand the interpreter?
Señor Mejía, ¿puede usted escuchar y entender a la intérprete?
Sí.
Yes.
This is your first appearance hearing before the Magistrate Court of Clayton County.
Esta es su comparecencia inicial ante el Tribunal de Primera Instancia del Condado de Clayton.
I'm not here to determine your guilt or innocence.
Yo no estoy acá para determinar su culpabilidad o inocencia.
I'm here to set a bond on your case.
Yo estoy acá para otorgarle fianza en su caso.
To tell you about future court dates.
Para decirle cuándo van a ser sus próximas cortes.
And to see if you require the assistance of an attorney.
Y ver si usted requiere la asistencia de un abogado.
You have taken advantage of the opportunity to hire an attorney.
Usted ha tomado la ventaja o la oportunidad y ha contratado un abogado.
So I will be speaking with your attorney during this proceeding.
O sea que yo voy a hablar con su abogado durante esta audiencia.
I will caution you that anything you say during this proceeding may be used against you.
Yo le debo advertir de que cualquier cosa que usted diga durante esta audiencia podría ser usada en su contra.
So please don't make any statement that you would not want the whole world to hear.
O sea que por favor no haga ningún tipo de declaraciones o no diga nada que usted no quiera que todo el mundo sepa.
Do you understand that, sir?
¿Entiende usted esto, señor?
Yes. Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I see that Ms. Torres has logged on, and there is a person by the name, it shows up as Johnson, that is logged on. Are both of these people involved in this case, Mr. Khalil?
Ms. Torres is his wife, and I did send her the link. I usually get the links with email saying you don't forward out about it and know if it was like able to be watched on YouTube, but she wanted to be here just in case she had anything to say to help her husband out. But I did send her the link so she can appear or at least see what's going on.
Do you intend to call her as a witness?
No, but since I know that he didn't speak English, just in case he didn't get a mom and he called her, she can be able to relay what's going on because she has been our basic translator for our consultation.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute her. And there's a person that appeared as Johnson.
Now, Ms. Johnson is not with me.
Okay, it looks like it's from the sheriff's office, so I'm gonna leave that there. So, Mr. Khalil, we have an interpreter, so I had to learn this. So speak in short chunks so that Ms. Bermudez can translate what you're saying for your client, okay? And it generally involves like speak a sentence and stop so that she can translate.
I just had all four of my teeth extracted out, so I will be speaking slow.
Okay. All right. So, and Ms. Bermudez, you can translate this and then we'll start the process. Mr. Khalil, tell me what you want to tell me about your client.
Señor Khalil, dígame lo que usted me quiere decir con respecto a su cliente.
Yes. Mr. Castillo is 28 years old.
I'm sorry, Mr. Khalil. He is how old? The interpreter didn't get that.
28.
20?
28.
28. El señor Castillo tiene 28 años de edad.
He's a resident of Clayton County for 12 years.
Él ha sido residente del condado de Clayton por 12 años.
He has been working as a construction worker.
Él ha estado trabajando como un trabajador de la construcción.
And a certified forklift driver for 12 years.
Y ha estado trabajando como un certificado para operar un montacarga por 8, did you say 8 years?
12.
Por 12 años.
Currently, he's the only one working in the family, so he's considered the breadwinner.
Actualmente, él es la única persona que está trabajando en su familia, o sea que a él se le considera ser el proveedor.
Him and his wife share 2 kids.
Él y su esposa tienen dos niños.
Ages 2.
De edades 2 años.
And 8 months.
Y 8 meses.
He has been friends with his wife for 10 years.
Él ha sido amigo de su esposa por 10 años.
Been in a relationship for 6 years.
Han estado en una relación por 6 años.
And legally married for 3 years.
Y legalmente casados por 3 años.
His background, judge, is no convictions, only warrants from the no license and driving.
Su información personal es que él no tiene condena, solamente órdenes de arresto por no licencia de conducir.
His ties to the community is him and his wife are active members at the South Felipe de Jesus Catholic Church.
South Felipe. Sus vínculos con la comunidad es que ellos han sido miembros de la South Felipe de Jesús Iglesia Católica.
Dios Pentecostal Church.
Sorry, Mr. Kelly.
We ain't even run over. I'm sitting in court, bro. Judge.
Hold on. What's the background noise?
I think that was coming from the jail and they muted it.
Yeah, I understand that. I wanted to understand what was going on and who was making the disturbance. So let's wait a second. This happens from time to time. And while we're waiting, Mr. Khalil, I may want to hear from Miss Miriam Torres Rodriguez.
Mientras esperaban, señor Khalil, puede ser que yo quiera escuchar de parte de Miriam Torres Rodríguez.
Understood.
Entendido. And Mr. Khalil, just to make sure, because the interpreter could hear some noises while you were speaking. When you mentioned some of the warrants, you said a warrant for no license. You said no convictions, but a warrant for no license and something else.
I believe it was a speeding ticket.
Okay. Y solamente una corrección en caso de que se quedara fuera. Era una orden de arresto por no licencia o una infracción por no licencia y por exceso de velocidad.
Yes, not to get too much into the facts, Judge, I have been working closely with Miss Maria and Daniel. They came to my office together.
Ay, no para entrar muchos en los hechos, pero yo he estado hablando directamente con María y Daniel y ellos vinieron a mi despacho.
And she explained in their 10-year relationship, nothing of this sort has ever been accused before.
Y ella explicó que en los 10 años de relación, nada de esta índole se le ha acusado anteriormente.
She also explained that the altercation was not heightened to assault and strangulation.
Ella también dijo que el altercado no salió o no ocurrió nada que tuvo que ver con estrangulación.
And that on this particular night, alcohol was involved through both parties.
Y que esta noche en particular los dos habían ingerido alcohol.
And I will keep it brief there with the. So what I would ask judge is that you consider giving a bond for these cases.
Y lo que yo me gustaría decir, en este caso, señoría, es de que usted le podría otorgar una fianza en estos casos.
Strictly under the Ayala factors that allowing Mr. Castillo
Estrictamente en el factor de Ayala, permitiéndole al señor Castillo
to provide for his family as he is the only one working and taking care of his wife and kids.
para que le permita proveer al señor Castillo, porque es el único que trabaja en la familia para proveer para su familia o para su esposa y sus hijos.
And if called upon, Ms. Torres will address the need and concern of having her husband home.
Y si usted la llama, la señorita Torres va a hablar, o la señora Torres va a hablar de la necesidad o la inquietud que ella tiene de tener a su esposo en su casa.
As we all work through this case.
Y según todos trabajamos en este caso.
And lastly, Judge, I would want to make known that Mr. Castillo is not a flight risk.
Y finalmente, su señoría, yo quiero que usted sepa que el señor Castillo no está en riesgo de darse a la fuga.
The warrant was to be served at his house.
La orden de arresto se le entregó en su casa.
His wife called my office.
Su esposa llamó a mi oficina.
Retrieved Mr. Castillo from work.
Fue a buscar al señor Castillo a su trabajo.
Brought him to my office in less than an hour.
Lo trajo a mi oficina en menos de una hora.
And after our consultation,
y después de tener nuestra consulta,
I told her to go home and get the family arrangements in place.
Yo le dije que fuera a la casa e hiciera los arreglos con su familia.
And have him at the jail by 9 o'clock.
Y que lo llevara a la cárcel para las 9 para las 9.
And roughly about 9:07, she called me.
Y más o menos a las 9:07 ella me llamó.
At the jail with Mr. Castillo to turn him in.
Y ella estaba en la cárcel con el señor Castillo para entregarlo.
And Judge, if you have any questions for Ms. Torres, you may proceed.
Y su señoría, si usted tiene alguna pregunta para la señorita Torres, usted puede proceder.
Ms. Torres, would you unmute your microphone and turn your camera on, please?
Señorita Torres, ¿podría usted encender su micrófono y su cámara, por favor?
Ms. Torres Rodriguez, this is a second request for you to unmute your microphone and turn your camera on.
Oh, hello.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Señorita, ¿podría usted levantar su mano derecha para mí, por favor?
Do you swear or affirm any statements you make during this proceeding be the truth, the whole truth, so help you God?
Jura usted y afirma que cualquier declaración que usted dé durante este proceso va a ser la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad, lo jura ante Dios.
Sí.
Yes.
Ma'am, did you call the police on August 14, 2021 to report an incident between you and your husband?
No.
Señorita, llamó usted a la policía el día 14 de agosto del 2021 para reportar un incidente entre usted y su esposo? No.
No.
How did the police arrive at your residence?
¿Cómo llegó la policía a su residencia?
Porque vino una amistad y
It's okay, ma'am. I have 3 children. The baby is not a bother to me.
Está bien, señorita.
Okay,
Yo tengo 3 niños y a mí no me molesta.
nosotros habíamos discutido y yo le llamé a una amistad. Entonces, pues ahora sí que los dos estábamos agredidos físicamente, pero mi esposo se fue porque dijo que él tenía las de perder.
Perdón. Si lo puede decir en oraciones. Usted había usted llamó a un amigo.
Yo le hablé a una amiga.
Ma'am, this is a court proceeding, so only one person speaks at a time. So you gotta let Miss Bermudez finish what she's saying before you respond, okay?
Okay. What Ms. Torres said was, we had argued, and I called a friend, but then my husband left because he knew that he was the one who was going to lose.
Okay. So what I have before me is an allegation that your husband choked you.
Lo que yo tengo ante mí es una alegación de que su esposo trató de estrangularla.
Ese día los dos estuvimos honestamente mal.
Honestly, on that day, both of us were in bad shape.
Okay. I do not choose to get in between relationships, but as a judge, I have a responsibility for public safety.
Yo no escojo involucrarme en las relaciones, pero como juez, yo tengo la obligación de proteger al público.
Okay.
If you are asking me to set a bond for your husband, I will consider it.
Si usted me está pidiendo que yo le conceda una fianza a su esposo, yo lo tomaría en consideración.
¿Es una pregunta?
Is that a question?
That's a statement.
Okay.
Eso es una declaración.
Okay.
I understand relationships are difficult.
Yo entiendo que las relaciones son difíciles.
I have a responsibility for public safety.
Y yo tengo la responsabilidad de mantener al público seguro.
That means protecting you even if you don't want protection.
Esto significa de protegerla a usted hasta si usted no quisiera ser protegida.
This matter is being recorded.
Este asunto está siendo grabado.
If you as the victim request of me to consider posting bond for your husband, I will consider it.
Si usted como una víctima me pide a mí que le conceda una fianza a su esposo, yo lo tomaría en consideración.
If you are not asking me to consider it, then I will proceed with my own judgment.
Y si usted no me está pidiendo que lo considere, entonces yo continuaría con mi propia decisión.
And Mr. Castillo Mejia, you should understand that if the allegations that are placed in these warrants are true, I would not consider you a good candidate to be on bond.
Y señor Castillo Mejía, usted tiene que tomar en consideración que si las alegaciones que están en estas órdenes de arresto son ciertas, yo no lo consideraría a usted un buen candidato para poder concederle una fianza.
So, Miss Miriam Torres Rodriguez, have you had an opportunity to consider what I proposed?
Entonces, señorita Miriam Torres Rodríguez, ¿ha tenido usted la oportunidad de considerar lo que yo le he propuesto?
Sí.
Yes.
You should understand, ma'am, that you should not be placed in a position where someone is placing their hands around your throat.
Y usted tiene que tomar en consideración, señorita, que usted no debe de estar, o usted no la deben poner en una posición donde alguien esté poniendo sus manos en su cara.
I do not consider that the way that adults conduct themselves.
Yo no considero eso la forma en la que los adultos deberían comportarse.
This is a loaded issue that I'm placing in your lap, and I understand that.
Y esta es una responsabilidad muy grande la cual yo le estoy dando, y yo así lo entiendo.
But you have taken steps to make yourself available for this questioning.
Pero usted se ha puesto disponible para que se le hagan este tipo, para que se le hagan este tipo de preguntas.
So, ma'am, have you had an adequate opportunity to consider my request?
¿Ha tenido usted suficiente tiempo para considerar lo que yo le estoy pidiendo?
Sí.
Yes.
What would be your preference?
¿Y cuál sería su preferencia?
Que le dieran una multa para poder salir.
That you will give him a fine for him to be able to be released.
Mr. Khalil, based upon what Miss Miriam Torres is saying, I will be inclined to grant a bond for your client.
Señor Khalil, basado en lo que la señorita Miriam Torres está diciendo, yo estoy inclinado a otorgarle una fianza a su cliente.
But I need your client to understand that the allegations in these warrants are in no way, shape, or form how he should conduct himself.
Pero yo quiero que su cliente sepa que según las alegaciones contenidas en estas órdenes de arresto, no es la forma como él debería de comportarse.
So I'm going to set a $5,000 bond on a criminal damage to property in the second degree.
Yo le voy a conceder una fianza de $5,000 en invasión o daños a la propiedad en el segundo grado.
I'm going to set a $10,000 bond on the aggravated assault by strangulation.
Le voy a conceder una fianza de $10,000 en el cargo de agresión con agravante por estrangulación.
And I'm going to set a $5,000 bond on the false imprisonment charge.
Le voy a conceder una fianza de $5,000 por el cargo de aprisionamiento ilegal.
Miss Miriam Torres Rodriguez, ma'am, I was going to place a stay away provision on the bond.
Señorita Miriam Torres Rodríguez, yo iba a ponerle una disposición legal o una orden legal de donde él tenía que mantenerse alejado.
Is it also your request that I do not place a stay away provision on this bond?
Usted también está pidiendo de que yo no le ponga la orden de que se tiene que mantener alejado.
Sí, que no la ponga.
No, don't put that on.
Okay, Mr. Mejia,
Señor Mejía,
Yes, sir.
You're going to have a $5,000 bond set on the criminal damage property in the second degree, a $1,000 bond on the hit and run accident charge.
I'm sorry, Judge. Señor Mejía, usted va a tener una fianza de $5,000 por el cargo de daños, invasión o daños a la propiedad en segundo grado, una fianza de $1,000 por el cargo de chocar y darse a la fuga,
A $500 bond set on the driving a vehicle without changing a license charge or address charge.
una multa, una fianza de $500 en el cargo de manejar con licencia de conducir sin haberla cambiado a su dirección.
A $10,000 bond set on the aggravated assault by strangulation charge.
En el cargo de agresión con agravante por estrangulación va a ser una fianza de $10,000.
A $5,000 bond set on the battery family violence charge.
Una fianza de $5,000 por el cargo de agresión corporal, violencia doméstica.
A $5,000 bond set on the false imprisonment charge.
Una fianza de $5,000 por el cargo de aprisionamiento ilegal.
And a $500 bond set on the failure to maintain lane charge.
Una fianza de $500 por el cargo de no poder mantener su carril.
I am going to remove the stay away provision for you to stay away from Miriam Torres Rodriguez.
Yo voy a remover la disposición legal de mantenerse alejado de Miriam Torres Rodríguez.
Mr. Mejia, you have something that most people don't have, which is a family.
Señor Mejía, usted tiene algo que la mayoría de las personas no tienen, lo cual es una familia.
It's your duty to protect your wife and your children.
Y es su trabajo proteger a su esposa y a sus hijos.
I am allowing you to go back to your wife and your family.
Yo le estoy permitiendo que usted regrese a su esposa y a su familia.
Please don't make a fool out of me by abusing this issue.
Por favor, no me haga ver como un tonto y abusando este asunto.
No, sir.
Okay. Is there anything else, Mr. Cleo?
¿Algo más, señor Caleo?
That'd be it, Judge. Thank you.
Eso sería todo, su señoría. Muchas gracias.
Okay, all parties are free to go.
Okay, todas las partes se pueden retirar.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a good day.
You have a better one.
Okay, I believe we have one other person, Miss Bermudez.
Yes, sir.
And I was trying to check my email because I did not write it down.
Will that be Mr. Gonzalez, Judge?
That sounds right. Let's see. Yep. Roman Gonzalez. Can we bring Mr. Gonzalez up?
He's already up, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, sir, can you hear and understand the interpreter?
Señor González, señor, ¿puede usted escuchar y entender al intérprete?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, you're charged with one count of hit and run by accident.
Señora, usted se le acusa de un cargo de chocar y darse a la fuga y de tener un accidente.
One count of driving a vehicle without a license.
Un cargo de conducir un vehículo sin licencia de conducir.
And one count of having an open container in the vehicle.
Y un cargo de tener un envase alcohólico abierto en el vehículo.
This is your first appearance hearing before the Magistrate Court of Clayton County.
Esta es su comparecencia inicial ante el Tribunal de Primera Instancia del Condado de Clayton.
We're not here to determine your guilt or innocence.
Nosotros nos estamos aquí para determinar su culpabilidad o su inocencia.
I'm here to inform you that you have a bond set of $1,500 on the hit and run by accident charge.
Yo estoy acá para informarle que usted tiene una fianza de $1,500 en el cargo de chocar y darse a la fuga durante el accidente.
A $1,000 bond on the driving a vehicle without a license charge.
Y en el cargo de manejar un vehículo sin licencia de conducir va a tener una fianza de $1,000.
And a $500 bond on the open container charge.
Y una fianza de $500 en el cargo de tener un envase alcohólico abierto.
You have a total bond of $3,000. Do you believe you can make this bond, sir?
Usted tiene una fianza total de $3,000. ¿Cree usted que va a poder pagar su fianza, señor?
Creo que sí.
I think so.
You have a preliminary hearing date set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201.
Usted tiene su audiencia preliminar fija para el día 7 de diciembre a las 8:30 de la mañana en la sala 201.
That date will get waived upon your bonding out and you'll get a new court date in the mail.
Esa audiencia se cancela tan pronto usted pague su fianza y salga, y usted recibiría un nuevo citatorio por correo. Yes, I do understand.
Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
¿Quiere usted que yo vea si usted califica para nombrarle un abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
You do qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me about this process?
Usted sí califica, señor, y yo le voy a nombrar un abogado para que lo represente. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta para mí con respecto a este proceso?
No.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back.
Ok, señor, puede retirarse.
Thank you, Miss Bermudez. You have a good weekend.
Thank you, Judge. You too. Stay safe.
I will try. Mr. Beebe.
Excuse me, y'all, before he comes up, this Mr. Dwayne McGee, could he go last? He was the one who caused the disturbance. He's still here.
Okay.
At the court, but he'll be at last.
That's fine by me.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Beebe, sir, you're charged with one count of driving a vehicle with a suspended registration or suspended or canceled registration. Bond's going to be set at $500 for that. One count of possession of marijuana less than an ounce. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. You were charged twice with driving on a suspended license. I've dismissed one of those charges. But the second charge that has warrant number 2021 WA18650, I'm going to let go through. So you're going to have a total bond set at $3,500. Do you believe you post that bond, sir?
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. The date will get waived upon your bonding out and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to find that you qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
Okay, you're free to go back. Mr. Brown. Sir, good morning, sir. You're charged with one count of cruelty to children in the third degree, one count of cruelty to children in the first degree, which I've dismissed that charge, and one count of battery. You're going to have a $3,000 bond on cruelty to children in the third degree, which is a misdemeanor, and a $5,000 bond on the battery charge. So that's a total bond of $8,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Yes, sir.
there's going to be a stay away provision on the bond to stay away from a Deja drummer. Do you understand that?
Sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
You do qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me?
Just one question. How long would the stay away provision last?
So it will stay in place until your case is resolved or it's modified. Ms. Drummer can contact the solicitor's office, and she can ask or make a request of them to modify that condition. And they will look into the case, and they will make their own independent determination as to whether they believe that this should be removed or not. If they make the decision that it should be removed, there will be a consent order entered into between your lawyer and the solicitor's office, and then they will present it to a judge for the judge to sign. And I don't know of a judge that wouldn't sign it. So that's the process. Okay. And sir, and again, most of my calendar, well, not most, about 40% of my calendar is this kind of stuff. As an adult, you gotta learn how to disagree without the police being called in. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. You're free to go back.
Thank you.
Mr. Codd. So,
Good morning.
sir, good morning. Is your last name CODD as in duck duck or COBB as in boy boy?
Yes, sir. DD. Double D. DD.
Okay.
D as in dog.
They have you in our system as DD as in duck duck.
Yeah, it's CODD. CODD.
COBD. So boy duck.
DD.
As in duck duck.
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, you're charged with one count of cruelty to children and third degree. Bond's going to be set at $3,000. One count of simple of battery, family violence. Bond's going to be set at $5,000. And one count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Bond's going to be set at $20,000. So that's a total bond of $28,000. You believe you can post that bond?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
I have an attorney, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions of me?
If I get my bundle today, would I be able to pay?
You'll be released today. Okay. Anything else, sir?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. You're free to go back. Mr. Crawford.
Go back to housing and just let them know I'm sorry. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Crawford. Sir, you're charged with one count of giving a false name, address, date of birth. Bond's going to be set at $2,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry.
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That day will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir. I also have a question. If you don't mind me asking.
Hold on one second. I'm going to find that you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Now, what's your question, sir?
I was trying to see if you could lower my bond. So I have a job, and I got a son and a daughter that I only take care of, and I only have a certain amount of money.
Okay, so, sir, the allegation is that you gave the name of Frederian Moore.
I was intoxicated.
Okay. So, Mr. Crawford,
Yes, sir.
knowing that you have a job and you have children, laws are prescribed so that people will not break them. Not that they break them and then they bring up an excuse of I was intoxicated.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to leave it the way that it is, sir. And if that causes a detriment to your job, to you or your family, you're the person that did it.
I understand, sir.
Okay. All right. You're free to go back.
How much you said it was?
$2,000. It'll be approximately $200 for the bonding company.
Okay.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, you're charged with one count of trafficking in methamphetamine. I cannot set bond at this stage on this offense. So bond is going to be denied. You're going to have a preliminary hearing date set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to have a bond hearing date set for December 12th at 8:30 in the morning. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes.
You do qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any questions of me?
No.
Okay, sir. You're free to go back. Mr. Miller.
Mr. Mills, the one I emailed you about, he said he did.
Oh, yes. Okay. Mr. McGee.
That's the one's gonna be for last. Next one, Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal.
Okay. You're throwing all of this stuff at me. My brain is not that big to handle all of these changes.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Mr. Neal.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Neal, sir, you're charged with one count of use or possession of drug-related objects. That's a misdemeanor. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. One count of possession of marijuana, less than an ounce. Bond is also going to be set at $1,500. That's a total bond of $3,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Yes, sir. But is there any way you can load up on it?
No.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. I was supposed to have had a warrant, or I was supposed to have had a warrant in Cobb for a violation of probation, and I was supposed to have a burglary charge, which is how I got the marijuana charge. You see what I'm saying? Like I don't have a warrant. I don't have any, charges pending in any county. That's how I got the marijuana charge, because they had to, put me under arrest to search me. You know what I'm saying? I was just on the street. I was homeless, sir. You see why I'm here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand I have the charges now, but I wasn't, you know what I'm saying? What is it? I wasn't to be searched. You see what I'm saying? I was homeless. I was out on the street. They just pulled up on me. You see what I'm saying? I don't have a warrant. I don't have, anything for them to have mess with me. You see what I'm saying? And that's when they told me I had a warrant or whatnot. That's how they was able to search me.
Is the possession of marijuana legal or illegal in the state of Georgia?
Illegal, but decriminalized.
In Clayton County?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Okay. So I hear your argument and I understand what you're saying, is that essentially the police rolled up on you because they believed that you had a warrant for your arrest, and the belief was mistaken.
Yeah. And then
So,
all the way.
oh, hold on, sir, please. The relevant issue is whether law enforcement had the opportunity to lawfully be where they were when they discovered an unlawful action.
I never had created unlawful action for me, sir. I told you I'm homeless. Like, you know, and then I only had the evidence. If you were able to see evidence, I only had 2 weed roaches. Like, it wasn't even enough to, you know, actually, honestly, like, could have been just thrown on the ground or something, you know what I'm saying? I was standing where I was standing yesterday morning because it was raining. You see what I'm saying? I was homeless. So that's about it. I wasn't smoking. I wasn't doing nothing illegal. I wasn't trespassing anywhere. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Mr. Neal, I have heard and I understand your argument, but this is not the place for that. And well, let me ask you this. Do you want me to appoint you a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm appointing you a lawyer. You need to speak to your lawyer, Mr. Neal. Because some would say when you say you're homeless, it's like, well, where do you get the money to buy weed if you're homeless?
I still have a job, sir. I still have clothes. I still have friends.
Some would say, why don't you put that money towards being...
I will. I got paid today. You know what I'm saying? I would have got me a hotel room or anything. I would have had an Airbnb, anything. I was homeless because of, you know, the situation I was in with other people, but, you know, it honestly wasn't my fault. But like, I'm homeless. I would have got paid today and been in another living situation.
Mr. Neal, you're an adult. Everything is your fault.
Yeah, it's my fault. Okay, that I put myself in a living situation with other people, but, you know, it's not my fault I'm here. I didn't have a warrant. I didn't have anything to be, you know, here, except that I had weed. They had to lie and say that they detained me, you know, to detain me. I don't have a warrant in Fulton or DeKalb.
Well, that's what you should speak to your lawyer about. And your lawyer may be able to get these charges kicked. I mean, this isn't the crime of the century. It's not. It's a really low level offense. So I would speak to my lawyer about this. I would also, just as man to man, tell you that, sir, you got to get your life in order. And it looks like you do have a warrant out of Cobb for violation of probation.
Now I do. I would now. Yeah, got these charges. Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Neal?
No, sir.
All right, you're free to go back. Mr. Is it Porter Latin or Porter Latin. Okay, sir. You have 1 count of battery, family violence, bond set at $5,000. 1 count of criminal of aggravated stalking, bond. I cannot set bond on that offense. So bond is denied on that. 1 count of obstructing or hindering an emergency telephone call. Bond is going to be set at $2,000. And 1 count of kidnapping. Bond is going to be set. Bond is going to be denied on that. There's going to be a stay away provision on your bond, stay away for a Valerie Stokes. Do you understand that? Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. You're going to have a bond hearing date set for December 10th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes.
Are you currently working, sir?
I just got a job with a construction company.
And for the record, the woman that I was staying with, I was renting a room off of, but it turned into something else, and something that I didn't want. And she kind of flipped the script on me, and because I refused to have relations with her, she made several accusations against me. My boss also approached her about it. She tried to evict me from the house, sent people to my house with threats, because I refused to sleep with her. So if anybody was abused here, it was me. I just wanted to be noted for the record.
Okay. So noted. Is there anything else, sir?
No.
Okay, you're free to go back. Mr. Rambert.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. We're almost at afternoon now. Sir, you're charged with 1 count of theft by taking as a misdemeanor. Bond's going to be set at $2,000. 1 count of battery, family violence. Bond's going to be set at $5,000. So that's a total bond of $7,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
No, sir. I have an attorney.
Okay. Do you have any questions of me?
No, sir.
Okay. You're free to go back.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Hey, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Due to my lack of criminal history and me being self-employed, being a great citizen, can you please reduce that $5,000 just by a little bit? Just by a little bit. Please, sir.
Okay, hold on 1 second. No, looking at the affidavit, I'm not going to reduce it. And the simple fact is,
I understand, sir.
Yeah, I just want adults to act like adults.
Yeah.
Okay.
I take total responsibility. Going back tomorrow. Have a good one. Be safe.
All right.
All right.
Mr. Ricks. Mr. Ricks, sir, you're charged with 1 count of family violence battery. Bond's going to be set at $5,000. 1 count of cruelty to children in the first degree as a felony. Bond's going to be set at $5,000. And 1 count of aggravated assault. Bond's going to be set at $10,000. So that's a total bond of $20,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Yes, sir, but do you mind if I ask for it?
Okay, we'll get to that at the end. Okay, and I'll let you say whatever you want to say. There's going to be a stay away provision on the bond to stay away from a Cyan or Sin Ricks. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to find that you qualify, sir. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Now, what is it that you wanted to tell me?
Okay, so this is a situation of an unruly teenager that has been flip-flopped from home to home. She's just recently been in my custody for the last 5 months, at which time she has done things in which I cannot be in charge of because of the job in which that I held. So, as far as in what I've done, as far as in disciplining her, I do understand that, and I felt as though I was going about that the correct way, as she is one of my children. And with that being the case, I did drive her out to her grandparents, who has been raising her on her mother's side of the family. And I talked to her then, and this was prior to, me even knowing that I had gotten any warrants or any charges, due to the fact of me dropping her off at the anger and mental hospital, because of the facts of, her being suicidal and all of the different things that I'm going through with her within this short amount of time. So I'm asking that, you just look at it a little bit more, because I could provide all the proof that I need in the hearings upcoming, but just look at it a little bit more closely, because my whole family is dependent on me. I do have other children, and I did tell my daughter that I can't throw away my whole life trying to save hers. And that's all that I'm asking.
Okay, so Mr. Ricks, it sounds like what you're saying is that you have an unruly daughter. There are procedures that are in place to handle that, and called defects. If she's placed in foster care and she's out someplace or she's in a state facility, she may begin to realize how great she had things at home.
And actively, I was working with the social workers and her high school, and we've had multiple issues and problems with her school and fighting, just like how you were explaining how it's responsible for the public safety. As far as in my daughter, I was more so taking upon that role as far as in high school, and she's having to stay away from certain students, and I was more so just being more visual as a parent. And I have been, more.
Yeah, being a parent is not an easy thing when you have, especially children as they become teenagers and they're basically quasi adults. But you have to control yourself. And the allegations that I see, I'm not inclined to reduce the bond. Okay.
Okay.
All right, sir. You're free to go back.
Thank you. But what was that complete bond altogether?
Okay. Let's see. $20,000.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right. You're free to go back. Mr. Robinson.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You're charged with one count of simple battery. Bond is going to be set at $4,000. One count of driving under the influence of alcohol to the extent that you're a less safe driver. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. One count of improper lane change. Bond is going to be set at $500. One count of driving on a suspended license. Bond is going to be set at $1,500. And one count of hit and run accident. Bond's going to be set at $3,000. So you're going to have a total bond of, $14,000. You believe you can post that bond, sir?
What I would like to beg of you, if there's any way that it can get reduced, the simple battery came as I was taken to the hospital, Your Honor. I previously injured my leg, and I really, Your Honor, all I was doing, the officer grabbed my one leg it's fine, Your Honor, and I thank you, and I will pay.
Okay. All right, sir. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. The date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you will get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
No, sir. Could you just give me the full amount one more time? I'm sorry.
$14,000.
Thank you.
All right. You're free to go back. Mr. Royster.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You're charged with one count of aggravated assault. Bond is going to be set at $10,000, and one count of battery. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. So that's a total bond of $15,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 8th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get waived upon your bonding out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. There's going to be a stay away provision on this bond to stay away from a SADA Tyndall. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you like for me to see if you qualify for the appointment of a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
You do qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. Do you have any other questions for me?
Yes, Your Honor. Is it possible that you can somehow couple with my fears for me to be able to pay directly to the sheriff's office, so I can bail myself out, because I don't have any immediate family. Although I have the resources to bond out, I don't have anyone. Pretty much all my family have passed away, and I don't have anyone close enough to me to bond me out.
Okay, so you will have the ability to post your bond by cash, commercial, or property. Cash will be your delivering the full amount of your bond in cash to the sheriff's department. They will hold on, sir. Let me explain it to you. They will hold that money until your case is resolved, and then they will return that money to you. You can go through a bonding company where you would have to pay a percentage of the bond, generally between 10 or 12%, as a fee to the bonding company. You would not get that money returned to you that you paid to the bonding company, because that's their fee. If you have property within Clayton County that has a net equity of 3 times the bond amount, you can put that property up for your bond. And that property, the sheriff's department will place a lien on that property. And then when your case is over, they will take the lien off the property. So those are the possible ways for you to post a bond.
Can I bond myself out though? Do I need someone else to bond myself, to sign myself out? Using a bond company is the question.
Okay, there are 2 things that you said. A bonding company and then someone else. The someone else, you or someone else, can place the entire amount of your bond in cash to the sheriff's department. You can also go through a bonding company. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Am I making sense to you now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Royster?
Thank you.
Okay, sir, you're free to go back. Mr. Snyder.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You're charged with 1 count of cruelty to children in 3rd degree. Bond is going to be set at $3,000. You're also charged with 1 count of family violence battery. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. That's a total bond of $8,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
Can you confirm that that would be through a bonds company? This is my first time ever getting in trouble. I'm not sure how it works. What would be the price if I went through a bail bonds?
Okay, so right now you have a total bond of $8,000. The sheriff's department is required by law to add fees onto the bond, and I don't have access to the fee schedule, so it'll be a little bit higher than $8,000. If you hold on, sir, if you go through a bonding company, the bonding company will generally charge a fee between 10 and 12% of the bond. I think there are 5 bonding companies that are authorized to write bonds here in Clayton County. And if you request the list of the bonding companies, they will give it to you. So that's step 1. Step 2 is that you could pay the entire amount of the bond to the sheriff's department in cash, and they will hold that money and return it to you when your case is over. If you own property within the county that has at least 3 times the amount of the bond in equity, and your situation, it'll be at least $26,000 in equity, you can place that property up to have you released. The sheriff's department will place a lien on the property, and they will remove the lien when your case is over.
Okay. So, were you done? Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, did that answer your question?
Almost. I just want to ask you to confirm with those bonds, that would be about $800.
So you're asking me to confirm.
It doesn't have to be exact price. I just want to know around, because I've never done it.
It'll be around that amount. And I would encourage you to contact the bonding companies, because their business model is solely to help people get out of jail. So they'll work with you.
Yes, sir. And I also want to tell you that I am mental health, and that before I came and turned myself in, that I did go check myself into the mental hospital. Is called Peachford. I stayed there for a week. This is my 2nd time going there. I'm trying to receive help. I had no honest intentions of doing what I did. I had a moment of my depression and anxiety and things overwhelmed me. And I was just wondering if you could take any of these into consideration to lower my bond by anything. Because I've got back on my medicine. I've taken a shot that lasts 30 days. I've taken the measurements to make sure that it will not happen again, sir.
If you're speaking on the medication that I know about, the shot is the best way to go. But you also have to understand that in the state of Georgia, the fact that you've been diagnosed with a mental health condition, and if you're non-compliant with taking the medication, you cannot raise your mental health condition as a defense. It's the same, it's treated the same as if you were to get drunk and get in a car and drive and kill someone. You can't say that, well, I was drunk, that's why I did it. That's why it happened. So, sir, you're going to have challenges. You're going to need to stay compliant with your medication. And
I have all intentions to stay on my medication and to never come off until a doctor tells me that I am ready.
Who is Ginger Snyder?
That is my mother.
And you currently live with your mother?
No, sir. I stay with my grandmother.
Okay. All right. There's going to be a stay away provision on your bond to stay away from Ginger Snyder until it gets changed. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be set for December 7th at 8:30 in the morning, courtroom 201. That date will get changed when you bond out, and you'll get a new court date in the mail. Do you want me to appoint you a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to find that you qualify. I'm going to appoint a lawyer to represent you. And Mr. Snyder, please be compliant with the medication and the directions that you're being given. Okay?
I want you to know not to ask you anything again, but this time around, I did make the decision on my own to go get the shot and get the medicine and take the help. I am going to make sure that it does not happen again, sir.
That's a great decision. And sir, you can have a worthwhile life if you just remember and take this seriously and keep yourself in as stressless environment as possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. You're free to go back.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Mr. McGee.
Yes, sir. First, I want to say I apologize about the outburst. I had to go to the restroom and I had got up, but I apologize about that, sir. You may proceed.
That's okay, Mr. McGee. Sir, you're charged with 1 count of battery. Bond is going to be set at $5,000. Do you believe you can post that bond?
No, sir. Due to the fact that I was recently just posted a $10,000 bond on my aggravated assault and robbery charge, and I'm pretty sure that you see from August 25th. I only was home for about 10 to 11 days. I did go back to working at Popeyes in Fayetteville. You could ask Ms. Trish, that is the general manager there. I did maybe 5 days straight, but I'm only getting paid for about 3 days. So if you can reduce the bond to maybe like $3,500 or $3,200, I could pay that today, and I could probably pay the rest on the back end. My mom and dad already told me if I was to get in trouble again, they wouldn't pay my bond. I actually came here from Southern Regional Hospital. I was trying to get the help. I'm on Invega and Trazodone that night. I take 6 milligrams of Invega. I take 50 milligrams of Trazodone. I'm trying to do everything right. If I was to take a drug test right now, I would pass with flying colors. I haven't smoked a blunt since I've been released, and that's about 3 months sober now. I haven't took any alcohol or anything. I like to be in my right mind. I'm a truck driver. I make about $1,100 a week, but I'm trying to get back to my dispatcher. He told me that the only way I can get back to him if I do good, and it's stressful right now because I only been home about 10 days, so 10 to 12 days.
Let me ask you this, Mr. McGee. How is the Invega administered to you? Is it by shot or by pill?
They gave me the pill. I went to Battle Creek probably 3 or 4 days after I was released to try to get the shot, but they told me they couldn't give me the shot so fast because they had to work their way into it. So he gave me 2 different Invega pills. He gave me 3 milligrams and he gave me 9 milligrams. But I had left the jail with 6 milligrams. So I took the 6 milligrams for about 5 days until I ran out of the last 5 of those. And then the last couple of days I've been taking the 9 milligrams. That way I won't miss dosage and be lower dose on 3 milligrams until next week when I was supposed to go get my shot back in Battle Creek. So if you can reduce the bond to $500, I could probably pay that total today because I'm only getting paid for 3 or 4 days from Popeyes, and they pay me $11.25 an hour.
So, Mr. McGee, you know, the worst periods are when you're starting the medication and you're coming off of the medication.
Yes, sir. I've been dealing with this since I was 13 years old. It was triggered by synthetic marijuana. So I got a symbolized grandmother tattoo on my right arm. I lost my grandmother last year. I made a vow to her that I would never smoke marijuana again in my life because it seemed to be every time that I smoke marijuana, I get in trouble. And Miss Pamela Adamson, I believe that's the attorney that helped me get off on the aggravated robbery and maybe help me get a bond for that.
Mr. McGee, I'll set a bond at $1,000. I will also place a stay away provision on the bond, stay away from Ryan Shears. Do you understand that?
I'm not sure who that is, but if that's the doctor that I had here,
that's the person at the hospital. Yes.
It was in self-defense. They was trying to give me a COVID shot that I didn't take by my consent. I was actually jumped by about 8 or 9 doctors. They tried to George Floyd me. Excuse my friend.
Mr. McGee, you're gonna lose Mr. McGee. You're gonna lose me going down that path.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would encourage you not to go down that path.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Excuse me.
I'm setting a bond of $1,000.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. McGee,
I will stay out of trouble. I promise you.
as I told the other individual. So I'll tell you a little bit of my background, Mr. McGee. I've represented more than 30 people facing the death penalty. And a lot of the people I represented were like you.
Yes, sir.
Where they were under medicated or unmedicated and did something.
Yes, sir.
And once that happens, all they want to do is put you on death row.
And that's not my goal. I'm not one. I'm an artist, and I don't want to sign a death row records. If that makes sense to you.
I understand what you're saying.
I'm an artist. Young Dolph is actually interested in signing me right now. So he only told me the only way that he's going to sign me if I stay on the right track and stay out of jail. So I'm supposed to have a listening party tomorrow evening at the Kids Lounge on White House Street, and everybody's expecting me to be there. So I will pay this bond today, and you won't see my face until the next court date for my aggravated assault charge, sir. That's word.
So, Mr. McGee.
Yes, sir.
I have heard those words before.
And
hold on, sir. And I've seen people not follow through.
You won't have to worry about that with me. I stand on business the same way you stand on business, sir.
So, Mr. McGee, remain compliant with your medical protocol.
Yes, sir.
And what you have to do.
And that's the problem. I have two little brothers that look up to me that's 13 and 15. I told them that in order for us to live a happy life, because it seemed like the last couple of years I only brought my mom hurt, and my mom cared about me so much.
Mr. McGee. Mr. McGee. Mr. McGee.
Yes, sir.
You have to care about yourself to make it to the end of your life. Because
Emily is still on here. She can speak on my behalf on my mental health. I have psychosis, bipolar disorder.
Mr. McGee, let me tell you, my number one concern and my charge is public safety. And I have no problems in putting you in jail.
Understood, but this time I was really just defending myself. I was really defending myself. Yes, sir.
I have no problems in placing you in jail to protect the public. And I also have no problems in helping people.
Yes, sir.
If they are truly serious about helping themselves.
Yes, sir.
So we'll see how this turns out.
Do you have another court date on my aggravated assault charge already?
I do not.
Yes, sir.
I do not.
Yes, sir. Because I paid full bond for the robbery, I believe, on the August 25th when I took the taser off the man's waist and tried to shoot it at him. But that's a different story for a different day.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. McGee, you're free to go back.
Thank you for the $1,000 bond, sir. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Okay, that looks like that ends today for us. I hope you are going to have a good weekend, Deputy Requena, or you're going to be working.
I'm gonna be working this weekend, Your Honor.
Yeah. Well, I'll say a prayer for you.